Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody's had a great day and a great start to your weekend. Happy Saturday. We are back. Sorry for the late start. I, for whatever reason, started up OBS, and none of my Stream Element stuff was working, so I was trying to get that fixed. I don't know whether it was a hiccup. I have no idea. Whether it was like on Stream Elements end or whether it was an OBS thing. I had to restart it God knows how many times before Stream Elements actually kicked in. So I have no idea. But we're back. We're here. Aylin, it's good to see you. How you doing? How are the things? There we go. And we should be good. So tonight we have the Future Games Show. Future Games Show hopefully is pretty good. I don't know. Like yesterday, been staying away from literally everything, so we're going to find out. I'm doing. It's been a day. Yes, it has. It has been a day, hasn't it? This looks like it's a meaty one. It's almost 2.5 hours long. So we might as well just get into it, right? Let's do it. Oh, shit.
Gorgeous people, and welcome to the Future Game Show Summer Showcase.
I didn't realize Troy Baker was hosting this year. Nice.
I'm Troy Baker, man of a million video games, or roughly thereabout. But most recently, I got to play Higgs Monahan in Death Stranding 2, Jack Pepper and Mouse P.I. for Hire, and of course, Indiana Jones.
Are you going to do the theme tune throughout?
Yep.
Great. I'm Alex Hilton Regan, and you probably know me better as the female Inquisitor in Dragon Age Inquisition, Alt Cunningham in Cyberpunk, and Leia in Liza P. Overture.
I didn't realize she was Alt. No shit.
And
I'm also Lara Croft in the new Tomb Raider games.
Oh, nice.
Yes, she is. She is back, people. And
heavy hitters.
It's video game heritage right there.
Well, more on that later in the show, but that does make us two archaeologists on one stage.
BAFTA-nominated archaeologist.
BAFTA-nominated. You've never won, though, have you? Have you?
No, Alex, I haven't. Thank you for bringing that up.
Let's talk about what we're going to do the next 90 minutes.
Hey, Itzy, how you doing?
Lots and lots of exclusive trailers, and with the help of their hardworking developers, we're going to be diving deep into some of the most exciting upcoming games.
As well as our usual ones to watch, we've also got an extended gameplay reveal for the sci-fi RPG Exodus.
Which you will not.
You're alive?
And if you want to keep track of
I
all
hear
the
ya.
little buried treasures Alex and I are going to be talking about today, then you should head on over to the dedicated Future Game Show Steam page, where you can find and wishlist every game in today's show.
And you can also visit GamesRadar.com after we wrap up for tons of follow-up coverage on the eye-catching games that are coming at you very, very soon.
Oh, you did the dual pistols thing.
It's like automatic now.
I get it. Speaking of, I think the stage is itching for a little bit of a lighting change. Whoa, there it is. As you can see behind me, this means it's time for our very first. Take it away, Alex.
World premiere.
Why is Harrison Ford hosting? So, because... yeah, so, I mean, we all know Troy. She plays, I can't remember who she said from Dragon Age, Alt Cunningham in Cyberpunk, and she's also playing Lara Croft in the new Tomb Raider games.
You want some of this? Come and get it! Oh, shit!
Okay, so funny story. There was this
guy who was stuck in the middle of the apocalypse. Whoa! Oh, shit! You know, Chop Chop Freddy, barbecue time, baby! Totally holding it together. Freddy here, Freddy there, Fred, 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 Fred. Yep, he was doing great. All he wanted to do was just find one living, breathing human being, for crying out loud. Down here, goddammit! Was that too much to ask?
We can solve this problem once and
They're
for
trying to make a vaccine. Hey there, you wanna come?
He did find some friends.
Yeah, buddy! And then this guy showed up. Great name, questionable fashion sense. Fuck you, Fred! Bada bing, bada bam, bada boom! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Damn, we're good! You getting all this, buddy? The guy in the story? That's
Huh.
me. Whoa, hold on! Oh, the cavalry is here!
You get to play as the
Arizona
dog.
Sunshine is a
Okay, that's kinda
flat-screen
cool.
remake of the beloved VR game of the same name, built from the ground up by its developers. It's coming soon to PC and consoles.
And now it is time for a closer look at War Dogs from Team 17. It's a 100-player tactical shooter with a keen focus on teamwork, fortification, and destruction.
Not a battle royale. I like that. Not an extraction shooter. I like that too.
Blow it.
100 players.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
Actually, doesn't look bad.
War Dogs is coming to a screen near you later this year, but the good news is you can wishlist it right now on Steam.
Okay, in our next game, you play as a former detective who visits an isolated place where all is not as it seems.
Been there. Wonder if there's a girl named Elizabeth involved.
There isn't.
Okay. Here is a brand new trailer for The Pines.
You are hopeless, helpless, heartless, worthless. Why didn't you move faster, think harder, be smarter? Why
Didn't you help me?
Good evening, Mr. Walker. How are the first few days in the Pines treating you?
Oh, but you don't want to go into the forest, dearie.
What the fuck is happening here?
Everyone is fucking crazy.
See that? That's mine. And that, also mine. And I won't part with any of it.
Including you.
You know what? This actually looks pretty good. I like that. That's not bad.
Pines is coming to PC in 2027.
And I am excited. Talk to me, Alex. What's up next?
We've got an exclusive interview about Ace Combat 8 Wings of Steve, the latest installment in Bandai Namco's legendary
Wings of
simulation
Steve
franchise.
Right. From now on, you'll be the greatest ace pilot this war will ever know.
Ace Combat series. Hello, I'm Kono. I'm the brand director of the Ace Combat series.
F-14s, F-16s.
I'm the producer of Ace Combat 8.
That's an
Wings of Steve,
F-18.
the game that allows you to fulfill your longing for the skies. The game starts when the Federation of Central Usia has been invaded by Sotua, and the capital city has been lost to their forces. The protagonist wakes up on the emergency boat on the sea, and is saved by the battleship Endurance. After reuniting with your team, you are then immediately forced into another life or death fight against the Sotua forces.
Yep.
This is the story
Su-27s, Su-35s, F-15, F-18.
Destruction.
Keep it coming. Maybe they're not that sturdy.
Love that F-14.
The protagonist and this legendary pilot fight side by side,
A-10.
providing great hope for the country. But in fact, that legend is fake. He's a fake presence that's been propped up to really motivate the country. In the next phase in the story, the protagonist and this legendary pilot go into battle together, resulting in the Wing of Thieves getting shot down. After his death, this role gets passed down to the protagonist. So the central theme is living up to this duty that is cast upon you to take on that responsibility.
So you become Steve. Got it.
Ace Combat 8 Wings of Steve features a new type of enemy for the series, the land battleship. The idea came from our art director and mecha designer, Kano. He said it's exactly like Godzilla landing on the city and causing huge destruction. When that idea was presented to them, they actually said, "Oh no, this is not good." But after they started working on it, it all made sense, and then it created that great visual. We've also changed the way targets take damage in this iteration. Prior to Ace Combat 8 Wings of Steve, the damage you dealt needed to be hit directly onto the target, otherwise it wouldn't have counted. So this chain destruction accumulates this damage, and any small accumulations would actually result in a bigger destruction later on. And you'll see this as you play, so it's very exciting. Ace Combat 8 Wings of Steve will be released on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and Steam on the 2nd of October 2026.
These skies belong to you, Rex. Go take what's yours.
Yeah, not saying I will, but if I play this game on stream, it is not Wings of Steve. It is Wings of Steve. That's just how it is.
Ace Combat 8 Wings of Steve is coming to PC and consoles later this year.
And we are heading backstage now.
Oh, good. I could use for a cup of coffee.
Troy, back. The backstage. It's the new DLC for Little Nightmares 3.
Oh, right. I imagine it's got, what, horrors?
Yeah.
Yeah. Smiling producers with their clipboards, sweaty cheese plate, craft services.
Or an evil puppeteer and an army of shadow monsters would make a bit more sense.
Oh, yeah, that's better. Let's see that.
I could never get into this game like any of them. Oh, good job, Flashbulb Head. Oh, good. Now we've both become light bulbs. Yeah, I could just never get into these games.
And the backstage is a brand new DLC for Little Nightmares 3.
Where you can explore the dark underbelly of the Carnival in solo or co-op.
So you really should reach out to your most fearless friend ASAP because it is launching on June 12th for PC and consoles.
All right, now it is time to check out Engine Fall, a post-apocalyptic extraction shooter set on a series of colossal megatrains.
It's like Snowpiercer with crafting.
I'm not gonna lie. I love her accent, but I could have sworn she just said snow pisser. Huh.
Make your way to First Class, which is the only way
Hey,
that
Sophia, how you doing?
When Engine Fall arrives on Steam later this year, and if you cannot wait that long, there's a playtest coming for you on June 8th.
Now, before we move on to our next game, let's talk about our partnership with GOG, the DRM free games platform.
Glad to hear it.
We've joined forces so that FGS viewers can get 15% off the entire GOG catalog with our discount code FGS15.
That's actually really cool.
And the offer is only valid for the next 7 days. So
damn it.
Get to browsing and fill your boots with some good old games.
And don't forget the not so old games that are on there either. Okay, let's check in on the upcoming remake of Gothic.
Except I'm hearing Invisible Dogs, so I'm a little worried about my mental health. That's Invisible Dogs?
Genre-defining RPG from the early 2000s.
Now, if you like medieval adventures like Kingdom Come Deliverance or The Witcher, this next one is definitely for you.
Brothers, the time is finally here. I know it's been difficult, confused, and desperate for hope in a place where there is none.
Oh, I've had that. That's weird, isn't it?
All these years, the unbelievers mocked you for your faith. But do you know what I see? I see strength. I see men who live for a higher purpose. Men who, like me, have seen the glorious age the Sleeper will usher into this world once he awakens. Tonight, we shall show everyone how wrong they were. Sleeper, awaken!
Okay, nice.
Gothic 1 Remake is out now on PC and console, so go check it out after the show.
Okay, now for something a little different. You have definitely heard of Sky, Children of Light, the cozy MMO from the makers of Journey.
Well, we are pleased to reveal today that they're creating a brand new game experience based on the life and legacy of the legendary painter Vincent van Gogh, which is Goth.
Let's take a look at this Van Gogh MMO, shall we?
does this game end with only being able to hear out of one side of your headphones? I'm just wondering. Sorry, Itzy. But I am really glad everybody got it. I mean, to be fair, I kind of hope that's the case, Sophia, only because it would really suck having to do that yourself. Like, I mean, it's bad enough if, you know, you're in an accident or somebody's a psychopath, right, and does it anyway, but at least typically, you know, it's like the job is done, right? Fine. Doing it, you know what I mean? Like, oh, God.
Sky Children of the Light's Vincent van Gogh experience launches on the 17th of July
Go.
and includes an in-game gallery featuring some of the artist's most beloved paintings.
I learned something today.
Okay, it's time to take a peek at Halloween the game.
We've got a first look at the single-player campaign where you play as Michael Myers himself. Are you?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Really? Okay, so this actually just made this game a little bit better. So there's a little bit of history behind the company that makes this game. They came out with a game years ago called Friday the 13th. Same premise. It's X amount of people on one, you know, X amount of players on one side. One player played Jason, which cool, right? And then, you know, each round somebody new takes turns being the monster and so on. All right, that sounds kind of fun, right? But they got shut down. And they got shut down specifically because there was issues with the rights and everything else, right? So now, and this is one of the worries that I had about the game, it was going to be basically the same thing, except it's with Michael Myers. But now there's a single-player campaign for the game where you get to play as Michael Myers.
There's so much evil inside him.
Okay, back inside, everyone.
Let's go, Myers.
Fueled by his rage, I shudder to think what he might be capable of.
Since when do they let them wander around?
I knew what would come next. Every soul unfortunate enough to cross Michael's path would suffer. No one knew of the evil that was walking among them. Unreasoning, relentless, evil. But sometimes I think the truth was something much more terrible. I wonder if perhaps Michael is able to actually move through shadows.
Interesting.
Playing through Michael Myers' origin story when Halloween the game lands on PC and consoles this September 8th.
Next up, we've got the launch trailer for Realm of Ink, an indie action roguelite with a brushstroke art style.
This feeling, as if I've arrived at this moment before. Time and time again. I'll be the one to choose my destiny. Thank you very much. My blade needs sharpening. Your skull should do the trick.
Quite a curious little thing.
Either clear the path or I'll clear right through you.
Doesn't look terrible.
Realm of Ink is out now.
Oh, okay. I guess we're just skipping ahead. Got it. That wasn't me, by the way. That was the video.
I won't leave without Lyra. I need to find her.
Right.
Shatter the shackles of time when Duskfade lands on PC and consoles later this year.
Now, we all remember Cairn, don't we? It's a Death Stranding-style trek of a deadly mountain range, one limb at a time. And good.
I totally remember Cairn, and it's a great game until you get to a point where I have no fucking idea what the hell I'm supposed to do, and I got frustrated because all I was doing was dying for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. But it was a really fun game.
News if you're a fan, as we've got the exclusive release date trailer for the game's first free DLC.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
On the Trail is a free DLC expansion for Ken, and it's coming soon to PC and PS5.
All right, folks, our next game is like It Takes Two, but on wheels.
You play as a pair of dinky RC cars, solving puzzles and unraveling mysteries in a rather strange laboratory.
Here is the latest trailer for Wheelmates.
Folks, the rhythm isn't just synchronization. It's the weaving of two minds into one. Remember, you're two pieces of one puzzle. Go! Wait, where am I?
Huh.
Wheelmates is launching later this year, so you can check it out with a friend in tow.
And now for something completely different. We've got a cinematic trailer for the anime shooter WTF, which stands for what?
Waifu Tactical Force.
Oh, don't you just love acronyms?
Oh. I feel like when a development company is called Extremely Normal, the game that they're going to put out is anything but.
free. Don't go dying on me before the final phase. Stay still. I hate messy data. Seems like I get no days off.
Oh, well, we know it has jiggle physics.
A helicopter in my airspace. I'll let my little friend handle this.
Grab some friends and jump into the live playtest for Waifu Tactical Force after the show. There's a new movement system to check out and 10 playable characters.
My goodness. Now, even the most hardy adventurers need to take a step back from time to time, so we're going to throw it out to a series of back-to-back trailers. You watch these, while we'll be back in a jiffy, which is a relative metric of time, I believe.
I hope they're getting paid a lot for this. I mean, it is Troy. He is a good guy. Like, he really, really is. He was in Iron Lung, from what I understand, for free. But, yeah, he's probably getting paid a pretty good clip.
Greetings, my minions.
Oh, this one. This is the, this is Hot Goth Mommy Vampire Survivors.
Shall we dominate the world together? Because tonight, I'm feeling quite passionate. And this is only the beginning. Let's unleash our necromantic rage.
I sense a sinking high. Vesna, keep your chin up. I see you bringing it.
Eh.
Okay. What's going on here?
It's like we're in the future or something.
Mind yourself, Troy. Don't wipe out.
Right, got it, because
His
set
Wipeout.
is inspired by the anti-gravity
racers.
I got it. Well, while we solve this little temporal anomaly, here's AGXGP.
That was actually a pretty decent, quick Captain Kirk. I'm gonna be honest. Ooh, this looks good. If they have music like this in the game, holy shit. It you know what it reminds me of? F-Zero X. Do you remember that? It's a old game. Old game. I'll be honest though, this looks pretty good.
AGXGP is coming soon to PC, so add it to your wish list and make sure you check out the demo, which is coming on Monday.
Quick question for you, Mr. Troy Baker.
Oh, yes.
Have you ever wanted to be a sentient guitar?
Actually a dream of mine. It's very strange of you to bring that up.
Well, I've got good news for you, and I've got some bad news as well. So the good news is that the next game that we're going to announce lets you fulfill that fantasy.
I'm listening.
But you're stuck inside a haunted music school.
There it is.
And all the teachers are trying to kill you.
Classic.
Welcome, welcome. We are absolutely thrilled to have you here at Harmonic Heights.
Fred, no matter what happens, I want you to know I always loved you.
You're a guitar, Harry.
Hello?
You're in Harmonic Heights, Fred. The school. Things always look strange here.
Oh, Fred! I was wondering when you'd finally find time to pay me a visit. The only way for a student to leave
Actually, yeah.
is the winter recycle. Scattered around the school are talent canisters, each containing the very essence of brilliance and potential.
What are these things?
I don't know, Fred. Nobody does.
You've given me no choice. You made me do this.
And Fred, she knows you're here. Now run along.
Don't fret, it's a world of mystery. Don't fret, strum along and you will see. Don't fret, doesn't matter what you wanna be, and even though you're gonna die, don't fret.
C sharp or B flat. That's a drum joke in Don't Fret.
Mark your calendars for that one. And now it's time for another one of our world premiere.
And this one is a side-scrolling platformer starring a very beloved Belgian comic book character. Let's check it out.
Ooh.
Is it a waffle? This is not a waffle. Marsupilami.
Marsupilami 2 Salsa Colombia, try saying that one 10 times, is coming soon. So wishlist it now whilst I'm fixing my twisted tongue.
And in the meantime, there's a brand new trailer for Ding Hai, the Ocean Pillar, an RPG roguelike where you face off against demons and ancient gods.
豪军，你这破炉子，这回又整出啥鬼东西啊？
此铁将立三主。
You know what I just thought of? You know what I would really, really, really like? I would really like a game that is set in, say, like a fantasy world like this, you know, like whether it be ancient, like feudal China or Japan, but it's a cooking game. That would be a lot of fun.
老道赐名，定海神针铁。
依附于治水已10年，却突然音讯全无。天穹之水忽又倾泻而下，究竟发生何事？
Ding Hai, the Ocean Pillar, is coming soon. Now tell me, what's next, Troy?
Well, we've got our first ones to watch deep dive of the summer showcase, which is where we take out our little trowels, lift the topsoil, and gently brush the dirt off of a game that the internet is raving about.
Oh, it's just like real archaeology.
You know.
But with less paperwork.
True.
And what better place to start than the golden age of piracy with the helps from our very talented friends at Ubisoft. Let's dive into the world of Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced.
Ooh, okay. I'm on board. I can't wait for this game to come out. I am so excited for this.
Hi, I'm Richard Knight. I'm the game director for Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced.
Hi, Richard.
Ubisoft Singapore. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is the old experience you know and love. Edward and his tales in the Caribbean of assassins and pirates, but modernized with today's technology and gameplay. The latest version of Anvil has helped us a lot, both in terms of visuals. We now have ray tracing and global illumination, but it's also a big deal for us in terms of gameplay too, with night and day affecting your stealth. There's weather that can affect your visibility, both in the ocean and on ground. What's changed with parkour and movement is that we've brought forward the game to the new standards that you've seen with AC Shadows and the recent updates. There's ejects, Edward can jump, and it just makes for a much smoother experience. A lot of the new gameplay with Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced involves these new officers that you can find and recruit. When you first run into Lucy, she's a wanted criminal, and you'll just hear it as you're walking around Havana that there's money on her head, right? Which is, music to Edward's ears. Ah, here's somebody I can work with. And as you find her, she's got this whole plot line involving her family and the family fortune. And she would love to work with you, but if you can't deal with her problems, she's not going to help you with yours.
You don't mince words, do you? I suppose I could look around, see what needs doing.
So each of those characters has a story to tell. And on top of that, we also have a new tale involving Blackbeard, which, for fans of Blackbeard, to learn a little bit more about him and Edward and how things turned out in the game, I think will be really exciting.
Were you attacked? Other way round. It were Blackbeard who struck first. Opened fire on a British man-o'-war, the pillock.
When we were going to remake Assassin's Creed Black Flag, we had to focus on something, and that focus was Edward's story. If we can't nail Edward's story, there's no room for anything else. And so we put everything possible into nailing that. So we still have a modern-day gameplay and story to tell, but it's now kind of in the name. It's not just Black Flag Remake, it's Black Flag Resynced, right? So we're the next modern AC, and so our modern day continues from what players might have seen in Shadows.
Interesting.
Of course, we brought back the underwater diving sections from the original game, where you take the diving bell and you see how beautiful the Caribbean can be when you're underwater. But the other thing we've added is now you can swim anywhere, just like in any modern AC game. So sometimes there's treasure to find, certain quests. There could be a certain cave you're looking for, but it's also just about freedom of approach. Sometimes to get to a certain island or a certain location, maybe you can't find the right place to get to with the Jackdaw, or you just want to take a shortcut and just go swimming. It's kind of up to you.
Captain's gone over!
So with combat, we've gone back to the basics and we've come up with a new system that fits more of the modern sensibilities. It's more skill-based, it can still quick and brutal if you know how to play, but it's also something that works well for players who learn how to play.
I like it.
The core with us with naval gameplay was to keep that spirit that it had from the original. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we added a little bit more now with officer abilities that add.
There's been a couple of things, Corgi.
To brace perfectly and take out a lot of damage. And also the new alternate weapons, which allow you, while you're aiming, to switch between weapon modes with different ranges and damage, so that you can kind of adjust to the fight rather than have to fight everyone the same way. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is coming out on July 9th for PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Thanks for watching and enjoy the show.
Nah, I'm excited for that one. I really am. How you feeling, Corgi?
Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced is coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox on July 9th, later this year.
We were doing so well.
That was at least tasteful.
If you say so.
Speaking of taste, if your appetite for the 7 Seas is still yet to be salted, I'll stop. You can find out even more about that one by checking out the hands-on preview over on GamesRadar.com.
Now, we've got a very special treat for the Blasphemous fans among us. Let's take a look.
Probably go home tomorrow? Well, that's good.
This castle has a life of its own. Greater than that which still beats in my own
Hey, Bleached.
chest. Let the curtain fall.
Oh no, that's not good. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, no, there's been a couple of games that have been pretty. I mean, I'm interested, sure, but as in like important, not yet. See, I've been busy trying to get The Landlord. Yeah, that sucks. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's not fun.
That's right, Blasphemous 2, The Third Sin, is a free content update that adds an entire area to the game.
And it's out now, so you can play it. And let's be honest, with all the new enemies, probably die a lot. Right after the show.
Best of luck. Okay, Defender of the Crown, The Legend Returns, was revealed during our spring showcase earlier this year. But we've got a first look at gameplay coming at you right now.
Decide a kingdom's fate when Defender of the Crown returns, featuring the original strategic adventure and new ways to play. Retro Mode presents the complete 1986 edition of the game, preserved in all its glory. Classic Mode adds modern refinements, renewed clarity and polish.
That sucks, Bleached.
And introducing Kingdom Mode, a brand new roguelike of dice, decks, and destiny. Forge your battle-ready deck and cast your fate into the fray. Chart your rise to rule all of England as you go on campaign to outwit your rivals. Unlock new tactics and new dice to strengthen your claim to the throne. 3 modes, 1 legendary experience. Defender of the Crown. Wishlist now.
Defender of the
Jesus,
Crown,
Bleached.
Legend Returns.
I'm
That's
sorry
a
to
PC
hear that.
console.
That's not fun. That's not fun at all.
Later this year. So get it on your wish list. Pronto.
And I think I'll handle the British accents from now on. Okay, Troy?
Aww.
Sticking with the historical theme, here's some exciting news about the period shooter Hold Fast, Nations at War.
Oh, say, can you see?
Don't fire till you see the whites of their eyes.
Ready?
Stand your ground, lads. Push forward!
Hold your nerve. The king of country. Hold Fast, American Revolution. Releasing June 11th.
There's only like really one problem with the Hold Fast games. I like the Hold Fast games. I think they're a lot of fun to play. The issue with them a lot of the time is for quite a while when they first come out, you just have people being complete fucking idiots. And I don't mean in terms of gameplay, I mean in terms of the shit that they say on open mics. So unless you're doing, something where it's kind of like a light RP kind of deal and you're in that specific group or those groups on their servers, it's just an absolute disaster everywhere else, which kind of sucks.
Play early for exclusive rewards at holdfastgame.com.
Hold Fast, American Revolution is a free expansion for Hold Fast Nations at War, and it's launching on June 11th for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. That is just a mere few days away. My goodness. Visit holdfastgame.com for more info.
Now, let's check out the release date trailer for They Will Come, a steampunk stealth game set on a vast airship.
Benjamin, are you there?
Yes, I'm scared.
I don't even fully understand why I made it. Maybe it was the power of the idea. I guess I pursued it as a failsafe for the future, to be used in fighting enemies of this dark world we now live in. Your mother always said that if I continued making it, they will come. Forgive me, my son. I have doomed us all.
Give up. Your family is captured.
The device must be mine, boy.
Did you hear that, boy? Give up, or people will start to die. Defense cannons on the Endeavor are down. The attack has been successful.
He's just a little guy. That's true. That is true.
They Will Come heads to Steam in July, but you can wishlist it right now. What have you got for us next, Alex?
Well, it is that time again, Troy. We have another world premiere for a cosmic city builder where you craft thriving habitats to rescue long extinct animals. Oh.
Welcome to Bioden, a cozy management game where you will build a self-sustaining network of structures, all working in harmony to bring extinct animals back to life.
Interesting.
You've been sent on this planet by your guild with one purpose: to restore it. Your arrival on this wounded planet will be one of discovery and exploration. Resources are scattered across the land. Search for them, as each one is essential. As your colony takes shape, your buildings will need power and sometimes water. Connect them together, weave a network across the land. But plan with care. Every structure you place carries a cost, nudging pollution upward, pulling against the very mission you're here to fulfill. The planet won't heal through structures alone. Bring species together, help them settle, and let the cycle of life begin again. Inside your dome, you'll welcome back dozens of extraordinary species, each one with its own needs. Gather DNA samples, place your cocoons, and carefully tend to the conditions each creature requires. But remember, even within the dome, each decision, even small, has an impact on your planet. This world is waiting to be cleaned, restored, and brought back to life. Your planet is waiting for your arrival. Wishlist the game and play the demo now on Steam.
Yeah, I hear you, Itzy.
Bring nature back to life in BioEden, which is coming soon to PC.
Now, those of you in the Lovecraftian loop will know that The Sinking City 2 is just over the horizon, looking all brooding and mysterious, just like my co-host Troy.
Really?
Absolutely not, darling.
Oh. Well, here's a release date trailer where you'll find out when you can finally dive into the flooded survival horror adventure.
An uncooked hot dog. I'm gonna go ahead and say that at the end of this game you do go insane.
The Sinking City 2 is just a few short weeks away, and there's a demo available to play right now on Steam.
So go check it out. Just don't listen to the call of the void whilst you're in there. Pro tip.
Time to lock in, folks, as we get a world premiere up next. Now, this one is an attempt to revive that golden era of early skateboard games. You know, when Tony Hawk was at the peak of his powers.
And who better to tell you about it than Stair Meyer, one of the world's most talented modern skaters and an Olympic hopeful to boot.
Hey Future Game Show, I'm Sarah Meyer, also known as Surf Sarah. Skateboarding is my life and I love it with my whole heart, so I'm super excited to share Skate Sarah with you today. A brand new arcade skateboarding game inspired by the golden era of skate games. So this is the world premiere of Skate Sarah, check it out.
So did they make a video game of her? Yeah.
Wish lists at the ready because Skate Stair is coming to PC and consoles later this year.
Now, how's about an exclusive trailer for a new expansion coming up for one of my personal favorites? It's time for another run at Vampire Survivors.
Nice. Vampire Survivors. Oh. There we go. I'm old enough to remember... Oh, there we go.
Accidentally made Vampire Survivors.
I'm old enough to remember when skateboards first came out. Oh, boy. Yeah, Corgi, I think you might have to refresh. Because we're like... We gotta be like, I don't know, 4 minutes, something like that ahead.
And I'm running Ponko. I made this expansion of Vampire Survivors called Emerald Diorama that was very expensive to make, but we gave away to the players for free. And so I started for a way to do some spin-offs, maybe. I tried to get in touch with other teams, indie developers, to see if they were interested in working on some of these spin-offs. One of these we released just a little while ago as Vampire Crawlers. It's a game based on specifically being able to play at your own pace, play your cards effectively as slowly or as fast as you can. I got a lot of other ideas, but there's definitely more spin-off coming, especially after seeing the success of Vampire Crawlers and that it paid off to effectively try and to do something unusual, but always following the same idea at the end of the day, which is that I am the first player of my own games. I need my own games to be fun to myself first. So I want to make these other games and wanted to find a new name for them effectively. So again, I tried to grab Survivor, think of something stupid, and that's how Survive-a-thon came up, which is short for Survive a Ton. Very soon, we're going to see the first game in this lineup, and people should expect a game like Vampire Survivors, that's the whole point, with a different spin on it. And this spin can come from a different metagame or different feature that they serve, a fact that doesn't actually fit Vampire Survivors, but would fit different gameplay mechanics. I'm not planning to let go of Vampire Survivors anytime soon. There is still, the community is huge, they want more content. We're going to release a new DLC quite soon. This DLC initially was supposed to be just a little add-on to the Legacy of the Moonspell DLC. And as it's very common for me, I start something really small and it ends up being way too big. And so now it's got its own life. It's going to be called Legacy of the Blood Moon. And players can expect a small DLC with something 8+ characters, 8+ weapons, plus evolutions. But they can also expect a very low price of 80 pence, something along those lines. I'm definitely going to keep updating it for as long as it makes sense, as long as it is sustainable. If anyone wants to stay in touch and get to know more about what we're doing, please visit ponkolab.com, where you will find a fantastic and useless count up to our next announcement. We have a lot more announcements in the near future, but for now, here's a trailer for the new expansion of Vampire Survivors, Legacy of the Blood Moon.
Unscrupulous beings consumed by ambition. A cautionary tale, or a story better left untold. There's no retreat once this threshold has been crossed. If you really want to see it through, then just take my hand. The blood of malice ensnared the night shadows, and by unholy communion a macabre dance began. As all dawns and twilights of the world paint the moon red, reality shatters and insanity ensues. Ashtart found the immortality she sought, but only in the flesh, her soul taken as a toll by the abyss. As he kept staring at the shadow of the comet, Sargon eagerly paid for its gifts, until there was no humanity left to give. At the top seat of power, Baal was so high he couldn't reach anyone anymore, and eternal solitude turned into eternal madness. Legacy of the Blood Moon, an accidental Vampire Survivors expansion from Punkle. Coming soon.
Okay, fair enough. I'll probably be checking that out.
Prepare your wish list because Vampire Survivors Legacy of the Blood Moon is coming to PC and consoles later this year.
Now, here is another, wait for it, world premiere. And it pertains to one of last year's truly best games. Let's check it out.
Entry 3452, 2 days until sunrise. Mission scientist, Jan S. Dolsky. If I never wake up again, know this. The Oasis survives, even under the destructive sun. I must go underground. Next entry in another 13 years. If you're still out there by that time, don't give up. I know it's trying to tell us something.
Next cycle, we need to be better.
I really, really, really wanted to like the Alters, and I played it. It wasn't that it was terrible, it's just there's so much going on. The learning cliff is so high that it's overwhelming, in my opinion. It really, really is overwhelming for the Alters. It's a really, really cool premise. I like the third person stuff where you're actually outside and you're gathering resources and everything. That's all really cool stuff, hiding from the sun. I like all that. I even like the timetable where it's like, okay, you have X amount of time to get to a certain thing and so on. But when it gets into the base building stuff and when it gets into making sure that there's more of your character and everything, that's where it gets so super complicated. It just, like, I don't want to say it lost me, but I definitely felt insanely overwhelmed.
Alex Jordan and Jan Scientist fans rejoice. The Alters is getting a DLC expansion called Last Variable. And I don't need to tell you to wishlist that, do I?
No. And now let's take a look at Anemo. It's a free-to-play creature collecting RPG.
Oh, important question. Is it full of adorable little guys? I really like adorable little guys.
I mean, have you seen what's happening on the screen behind you?
Aww. Let's play the trailer.
That literally looked like fish with boobs for a face. That's the only way I can describe what I just saw. Yeah, you didn't see the boob fish? This is literally a fish, and it's boobs for a face. That's literally the boob fish. Just see a cartoon dog. Yeah, I can kind of see a cartoon dog, but it's quite literally a fish. That's the problem.
Anemo is coming to all platforms later this year, but you can wishlist it now on Steam. Oh, I can see you're itching to explain this next one, Troy.
It's just a little rash.
You can get a cream for that.
So this is Cordura. It is the 4-player psychological horror game that opened the Spring Showcase back in March. Cool thing is, it's got enemies that mimic your friends just to freak you out.
And the developers are back with a closer look at gameplay.
That's right. How did you know that? Maybe you're not Alex after all. Tell me something that only Alex would know. You can't prove that. Okay, she's real. Roll the trailer. Now.
It's a simple job.
Dude, shut up!
For men with nerve. They may be your crew. But inside the maze, don't trust anything they say.
Hello? Harry? Where are you? I'm here. Harry?
Mike?
Wait, there are roses.
Mike? I found the radio.
Cool. I'm here with Harry.
What? Harry? Yes. Mike?
The night will twist your words
All right. Keep straight. You'll find Mike.
and take your body.
Where are you? Mike, is it you? There are roses. Are you all right? Joe? I'm here with Harry. Oh, crap.
To hunt you down.
Hello? Hello, Joe?
I'm just gonna throw this out there right now. I would have blown Joe's head clean off. As soon as he went, there are roses. I'm here with Harry. That he wouldn't have even been able to finish Harry's name. I would have blown his head clean off.
For you see,
Cordura is coming soon to PC and PlayStation, and what do you know? Here's our next game. It's called Chronoscript: The Endless End.
It's an action-adventure game where you play as an editor trapped inside a never-ending, self-writing manuscript. Kind of like what developers feel like working with me.
Ah, you arrived earlier than expected. Welcome to my writing room. You must forgive me for breaking our promise. The manuscript is still incomplete. My dear editor, I must return to my scripts. I do hope you enjoy what lies beyond the end of this endless story.
Chronoscript: The Endless End is coming to PC and PS5 in fall of 26. So write it down now on your wish list.
All right, now we've got a world premiere coming at you. This one is a psychological horror game where you rebuild the memory of a lost child.
If who could put less energy into it?
Told you I was gonna fix it. Are you there?
So, and I see, okay, I see what you're saying. The whole thing is, and this is something that I've realized about Future Game Show, PC Game Show, and there's a couple others out there that do it this way. They are only there to be hosts for a few minutes and just go, okay, up next. And that's basically it. And I'm not saying, like, there isn't, you know, maybe a little quip here and there that they can do, but generally speaking, that's what they want. So, like, they did this last year with David Hayter, and I love David. They did it with David and Maggie, the one who voiced Lady D. Same thing. It's the same exact thing. The year before, they did it with Mika Burton, and I can't remember who the other guy was, but it was the same thing. Like, they've been doing it this way for years. They're literally just there to go up next, and then that's it. That's what they are paid specifically to do. It's a weird thing, I agree. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they're looking for.
That was your first look at Impermanence, coming to PC in 2027.
And if you're hungry for more amazing games just like that one, stay tuned after the Exodus extended gameplay reveal at the end of the show for the return of FGS Live from Los Angeles.
Well, you know what I think it is? So, do you guys remember when they started going, like, do you guys remember with radio, right? Whether it be the 80s or even the 90s, hell, even in the early 2000s, right? You had regular radio stations where you would have radio DJs, and it would be after, like, the morning zoo stuff, right? And somebody would come in and, you know, they'd take over, like, the lunch hour, right? And the lunch hour had a little bit more energy and stuff like that. But generally speaking, they were on their own and they didn't have to worry about a whole hell of a lot. And they just kind of do their thing and play whatever. And it went on that way for, I mean, shit, as long as I've been around, if not even longer. But then there was this thing, and I don't know if it, like, made it huge. I don't really think it ever really made it all that big, but I know that there's probably still some out there where there were radio stations that were no longer manned with radio DJs anymore. It was literally just a computer, and the computer would literally just play songs at random, and then it would cut every, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, something like that, give you a couple of commercials, and then just go right back to the songs, right? That's literally all it was. Like, they did it quite a bit, and they do it for rock radio. They do it for, like, you know, today's hottest hits. They do it for they do it for country. They do it for, like, classic and oldie stuff, because it was cheaper, right? Because they didn't need any personality. That's what this feels like, because they're just trying to get through so many things, right? So instead of, like, doing this massive grandiose thing for, like they do with the Game Awards, or like they do at Summer Game Fest, or the Xbox Showcase, or Sony State of Play, or like anything else, this is basically on rails. They got 30 seconds to say a thing, including introducing the next game, and then they just move on. And it's a constant thing.
Are in the City of Angels to bring you all the latest news from the summer gaming events, as well as some of those wonderful world premiere trailers you love so much. In fact, here's a little teaser of what you can look forward to.
Hey there, I'm Jules Gill, one of your hosts of FGS Live from LA. Stay tuned immediately after the Future Games Show and Exodus Extended gameplay reveal for more world premieres, demo drops, and maybe even a cheeky surprise.
You heard them. Make sure you stick around after the Exodus Extended gameplay reveal for FGS Live from Los Angeles, hosted by our very own Amy and Jules.
We do love them.
We
you
do love
guys
them.
break a leg. Right now, let's get back into the games with a closer look at The Lift, a supernatural handyman simulator inspired by the SCP Foundation.
Hello, Future Games Show. I'm Ivan from Fantastic Signals, and I'm here to tell you more about our upcoming supernatural handyman simulator, The Lift. The Lift is an immersive story-driven first-person simulator where you play as an engineer on a mission to investigate and restore a massive research facility abandoned after a mysterious catastrophe. From day one, it was paramount that The Lift feels really good to play. All interactions with the world are built to be extremely tactile, so it's not just about what you do, it's about how you do it. How it feels to pull, push, rotate, switch, clean, screw in, click, tune, tighten. All these engineering verbs are at the very core of the gameplay loop, and every action is elevated through responsive animations, fine visual effects, crispy audio design to deliver an almost ASMR-like experience. You'll be repairing a variety of things in The Lift. We divide repairs into 3 categories. The first one is basic mechanical or cosmetic repairs, changing light bulbs, fixing a crooked chair, or patching the walls. Simple, but always satisfying. The second category is electrical devices. We have developed an ecosystem of electrical and mechanical components that you can assemble. You can find, craft, and unlock many different parts used to bring the machinery back to life.
Yeah, this is kind of doing a thing for me. I'll be honest. Like, this really is kind of doing something for me.
All devices are connected to the electrical
But
grid.
that's the
Sometimes
techie
you will
in
need
me.
to route power from one point to another, or disassemble a machine to get parts needed elsewhere. It's not a bunch of preset puzzles, it's a deep, open-ended sandbox system that you'll need to master by improvising and thinking outside the box. The third category is what we call boss devices. These are large, multi-step projects that are even more complex and usually involve multiple machines and environmental repairs, like, for example, the interdimensional antenna. You will fix its subsystems and will be tuning its settings to get the signals you need for your adventure. And of course, there will be a massive payoff at the end of the repair. Each floor has its own boss device. Some will be unveiled in the upcoming months. Some you'll have to uncover yourself when the game launches. The Lift is launching on PC, PlayStation 5 and Xbox in 2027. If you're interested, please add the game to your wishlist. And if you want to help us shape this adventure, sign up for a closed playtest on Steam for a chance to play the newest in development build. The playtest begins on June 14th. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the show.
It looks interesting. I'll give him that. I'm interested.
The Lift is coming to PC in 2027, but you can and should wishlist it right now on Steam.
Our next game is technically a theme park simulator, but there is a morbid catch.
Oof. Never-ending coasters? Salty fries? Expensive bottled water?
Not quite. The owners are trying to eat the guests.
Oh, that's a new one. Here's wow, My Cannibal Family.
Did you hear the mob dumped one of their own in this goo?
Not just that. I heard a flesh-eating creature crawled out of it.
Huh?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
My Cannibal Family is a cooperative theme park simulator with a terrifying twist, and it's coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox in 2027.
And here's a dark fantasy extraction game where you team up or go solo to take down enemies corrupted by the blood of the gods. This is Mistfall Hunter.
Damn. She was caked up. Jesus!
Set a reminder for July 29th when Mistfall Hunter lands on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. Right, I think it's time for our next Ones to Watch deep dive. Troy?
Indeed it is, and here is an exclusive interview with Saber Interactive about Clive Barker's Hellraiser revival.
Hi, I'm Anthony Default from Saber Interactive, and I'm the narrative director on Hellraiser Revival. The backstory for the player character Aiden is that he's this guy who has his entire life been consumed with yearning. From an early age, he's sought out crime, drugs, sex, danger in order to feel more, to experience more. By the time we meet him, he's met a kindred spirit, his girlfriend Sunny, and the two of them have entered this infernal spiral into depravity.
You crave what we offer, your desires so plentiful.
In the game, you'll use this mysterious puzzle box artifact called a configuration to wield the powers of hell, to burn, penetrate, slash, rip apart your enemies. And also, it's a puzzle box, so you can manipulate it yourself to solve puzzles and ultimately save yourself and your girlfriend from the powers of hell.
It is done.
It was incredibly dear to us to stay true to the Hellraiser franchise when doing this work. So we went back to the first and second movie and to the novella that he initially wrote that it was all based on, The Hellbound Heart. Tried to kind of blinker other influences out, and we just studied those until we found what really resonated with us.
Follow her, for we have such sights to show you.
So in the game, the force of opposition that you'll be fighting is broadly on two sides. So on the first side, you have this cult that's obsessed with the Cenobites and with trying to create their own Cenobites on Earth, ones that they can control and use in order to essentially grant themselves infinite pleasure. So this cult, they're trying to find a way to advance their goals, and to do so, they need this Genesis configuration that you're wielding. You need the Genesis configuration to complete your bargain and try and get Sonny's soul back. The second category of enemy is what we call the unworthy. So these are beings who have used configurations themselves in the past, and in most cases have been like interred into the labyrinth where they've been tortured for some sort of eternity, and who are now released by the actions of the Genesis configuration and are seeking you, thinking that you're their way out, you're their way to freedom. So they're these depraved, decrepit souls who are desperately trying to kill you and take what's yours. Clive Barker's Hellraiser Revival is coming to PC and consoles in 2026. We've got plenty more to show you throughout the year, so stay tuned. You can wishlist the game now to join in, or you can follow us on social media, where Pinhead himself will often be in the replies. Thanks for watching, and take pleasure in the rest of the show.
It calls to you. Make your devotion known.
So, here's the thing. I don't know enough about Hellraiser. I remember watching the first movie and going, eh. And they specifically, this guy specifically said that they watched the first two movies and they went back and they read the novella, which was what kicked everything off to begin with. The problem is how much of that was changed to make it into a movie. I don't have the answer, right? So, are they missing the point? I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. I mean, it seems interesting, but the problem with Hellraiser is Hellraiser essentially is just another slasher movie. It's literally just an excuse to have girls with their tits out, to have people horrifically disfigured and or maimed and or killed and or turned inside out, and like all of this other shit. That's literally all it is. It's the same kind of thing that they did with Nightmare on Elm Street, which was just a fresh take on quite literally your bog standard slasher movie, which was made popular by Friday the 13th and Halloween. That's what it is. It's about BDSM? No, it isn't. No, they're using they're fetishizing BDSM and stuff like that specifically to use it as sexual under and overtones to make it so that it is more uncomfortable subconsciously. That's it, in the Hellraiser movies, that's what they're doing.
Clive Barker's Hellraiser Revival is coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox later this year. So go pin it onto your wish list.
Because of the pin, got it.
Yeah.
Well, it is time for another world premiere, and this one is a medieval Metroidvania starring a plucky little snail.
And by the way, I'm not saying that it doesn't work, because that's the same thing that H.R. Giger did. That's why H.R. Giger's stuff is as popular as it is, because it has those sexual undertones and overtones in it, and it makes everything really, really creepy. But the way that it was done for Alien and Aliens specifically is that it was approached in a certain way so that although, yes, the original Alien was basically supposed to be Texas Chainsaw Massacre in space, that's Ridley Scott's words, that's what it was supposed to be. They approached it in such a way where you'd really never know that literally they were taking from 2001: A Space Odyssey, Star Wars, literally H.R. Giger's sexual undertones and overtones, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You'd literally never know it. Whereas Hellraiser was done with a hell of a lot smaller of a budget, and at the time, it's also piggybacking off of Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, and Halloween, So it has to live up to a very specific genre that has already been created. And they're trying to like reinvent the wheel. And that's a tough thing to do. I'd say they did it personally, but at the same time, like, it's not an easy thing to keep up with.
Deadroot is coming soon to PC and Xbox.
Drop the devs on wishlist to show.
It's Clive Barker. He tends to really like to put in BDSM into his works. Believe me, I read a lot of his stuff in college. That's all well and fine, and I have no issue with that, but BDSM is a hell of a lot more than just leather whips and chains and making people hurt. That's surface level bullshit at best. That's kind of the whole problem, right? So, like, if that's all he's putting in it, and I don't know because I haven't read any of his stuff. If I did, I don't remember. But it's the same kind of issue that, like, I have with, like, 50 Shades of Grey, right? 50 Shades of Grey, you have a bunch of people who went nuts on 50 Shades of Grey, and they sat there and went, oh my God, it's so hot. No, it isn't. It's quite literally abuse. That's what it is. It is a story about abuse. It is not a story about any sort of, dominant and a submissive. It has nothing to do with that. It is literally all about abuse. That's all it is. 50 Shades of Grey is a story about a woman who is abused constantly and gaslit to the point where she doesn't even realize it's happening until somebody finally comes around and tells her, you are seriously getting fucked up.
And you may as well keep that Steam tab open because we've got another great game up next.
And this one is The Road of Dust and Sorrow, a pixel art survival horror game inspired by Silent Hill.
Thing is that they are beings who cannot feel pleasure or pain apart and think that humans also want that, so they reward people who figure out the puzzle box while knowing what the box is. They full out say that in the second film with torture because they cannot think as to why humans don't want that. And again, that's all well and fine, but that's not BDSM. That's what I'm saying, right? So if he's taking literally only like the surface level aspects of it, then that's literally just because he's a sadomasochist, right? Or like it's just that simple, right? He derives pleasure from either giving pain or taking pain himself, and that's all well and fine. If that's his thing, I'm not yucking his yum, but that's like surface level bullshit. You know, like that's kind of the problem. 50 Shades was the last book my mother ever read, and she kept saying that woman is insane. Yeah, she was insane, right? Like that's kind of the problem. It's the same. The thing that bothers me about it is that it is quite literally like 50 Shades, is that they've tricked a lot of people into going, oh, well, I mean, it's this, and it's like, if you read for 5 minutes what any of that is, you'd know for a fact that that's not it. And it doesn't matter whether it's anything like BDSM or it's anything like 50 Shades of Grey, you'd realize, yeah, the person writing this is so far off in left field, it doesn't even make sense. I just like the concept of the bad guys of a slasher not really being bad, in that they are not doing it to be evil. Well, that's okay, but in the same breath, and I see what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree at all, because here's the thing. If you go and you watch 1979's Alien, it's actually asking the question, what is more evil? The beast that is sitting there doing what it literally does, and it's following its baser instincts, or the company that fucked everybody over and told them they were all expendable because they wanted a bigger profit margin. Like, that's who's the true monster, right? I love stuff like that.
The Road of Dust and Sorrow is coming to PC and consoles in 2026. Okay, our next game was revealed late last year and is a stunning reimagining of...
Are you seriously going to intro this one whilst I'm standing right beside you?
My bad.
Our next game was revealed late last year and is a stunning reimagining of Lara Croft's 1996 adventure. Lara, played by yours truly, will visit the jungles of Peru, the ancient ruins of Greece, and much, much more. Here's the team behind the game to dive deeper into Tomb Raider: Legacy of Atlantis.
So when we saw this, I think it was yesterday? No, we saw this during Sony's State of Play. I'm really excited for this because this is the kind of Lara Croft that I grew up with, right? She's very confident in who she was and what she could do. She had no fear. She realized her own limits, and she would do anything and everything that she could to push past them and be better than she was, which was already great to begin with, and she was also smart. This is the Lara Croft that I love. The whole like Rise of the Tomb Raider crap, where it's literally, let's see how many different like situations we can put Lara Croft in where she's being assaulted. I didn't care for that whatsoever.
Hard woman to track down.
Well, you found me.
Hi, I'm Hao Cicada, game director at Crystal Dynamics. Tomb Raider: Legacy of Atlantis is a stunning reimagining of Lara Croft's debut adventure. We've taken the legendary 1996 game and completely reimagined it from the ground up, with jaw-dropping visuals, modern gameplay, and a few new surprises. All while honoring the spirit of the original. Players will explore these extraordinarily dangerous worlds that have been lost to time. We're talking jungles of Peru, crumbling ruins of Greece, and the deserts of Egypt. Every location is packed with ancient artifacts and hidden secrets. Whether you are a long-time
I'll
fan
definitely
or
play
someone
this.
Tomb Raider game for the very first time, this is the definitive way to experience the adventure that started it all. Tomb Raider pioneered 3D exploration back in 1996. With Legacy of Atlantis, we really wanted Lara's traversal to feel distinctively hers. It's precise, it's athletic, and deeply connected to the environments she's exploring. This is Lara at the top of her game. She's come through the Survivor era, emerged as a confident, accomplished adventurer, and you will see that in how she moves. The swan dives, the handstands, the acrobatic flourishes, they're all expressions of her character, and it's a lot of fun to watch it, but it's even more fun to play. It's important for us to distinguish that this isn't a remake. A remake rebuilds what already exists with modern technology.
I read that stupid book and I don't know how I missed this. I read that stupid book and I feel like they made her so childlike and unknowing of all sex. It's so freaking creepy. That's the whole thing. It was literally only made for one very specific niche of people, and literally that is unsatisfied housewives. That's literally all the book is. It's for unsatisfied housewives whose husbands are never home and they need to let their minds wander and so on and so forth. And yeah, that's literally all it is. Who know nothing about like that kind of thing, right? But unfortunately it's abuse. That's literally all it is. And it really, really sucks that they sit there and they made movies out of the damn thing, and it just, everybody and their mother lost their damn minds over the books and then lost their damn minds again over the movies. And I went and I saw the movies because I had, whether it be a girlfriend or whether it was somebody I was dating or whether it was somebody that, I was friends with, they would always want to go see it, and I'd go with it, and I'm like, this is fucking terrible. Like, this is all, what the fuck?
Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis goes further than that and truly reimagines the debut game, all while keeping its soul intact. Environments are larger, iconic moments like Laura's battle against the T-Rex are transformed into epic gameplay encounters on a cinematic scale. The puzzles in Legacy of Atlantis...
Yes, Itzy, that's exactly what we were talking about, yeah.
...are really satisfying. You're manipulating water flow, redirecting light beams, you're activating pressure plates, deciphering ancient symbols, all of it to unseal secrets that have been locked away for centuries. Every solution requires you to piece together what you've uncovered and think creatively in how to do it. And then obviously there's combat, which you've got Laura's iconic dual pistols, plus some other weapons that you can unlock along the way. This is the legendary adventure fans remember, reimagined in ways that weren't possible 30 years ago, with some new surprises. Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis launches on February 12, 2027. It comes out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, Steam, and Nintendo Switch 2. You can pre-order the game now. From the bottom of my heart and the rest of the development team, we cannot wait for everyone to experience this. Thank you so much.
Some legends are destined to be retold.
Yeah, I want to play this game when it comes out. Absolutely, I want to play this game. That's the Lara Croft that I grew up with, and she was badass.
Let the legend come back to life.
I see what you did there.
Because the thing that
Yeah, you made it about you.
Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, PC, and Nintendo Switch 2 on February 12th, 2027.
Which is 2 days before Lara's birthday. And if it's not on your wish list already, then this is me, Lara Croft, asking you nicely to add us. Don't make me use my nasty voice.
She'll do it. Seen it. Kind of like it. Okay, so yesterday we learned about the next game from the creator of Assassin's Creed. It's called 1666 Amsterdam. It's officially back from the dead, baby, and it does look amazing.
Now, I'm sure you've all seen the reveal trailer by now, but if you're keen to learn more, here's an exclusive gameplay feature from the team at Panache Digital. Enjoy.
I don't remember 365 Days 1. He looks like he wants to sell me a timeshare, and his wife keeps having to remind him he doesn't do that anymore.
It all began with magic. In ancient times, the earliest human tribes would periodically gather in a sacred place. One of these tribes, the Zandaris, was entrusted with an ancient form of magic along with the duty to pass it on to those deemed worthy to bear it. But this gift came at a cost. The very magic meant to elevate humanity instead corrupted it. Those who received it were changed. And those who bestowed it had to learn how to take it back. Step into the role of Noah, heir to a long line of Xandaris, as she's about to become the Collector. She will not be alone. A choice must be made. One that will stand by her side throughout the journey. Together, they form the Union. Together, they must preserve the balance of the world.
1666 Amsterdam is coming soon to PC, but you can wishlist the game and play the prologue on Steam after the show.
But we do still have one more great game to show you.
If you've been holding out for a spiritual successor to the Mass Effect games, which I know a thing or two about, you need to know about Exodus, the planet-hopping sci-fi RPG coming to PC and consoles early next year.
Now, the dev team, Archetype Entertainment, is made up of a bunch of ex-BioWare talent, including Drew Karpyshyn, who is the writer of the first 2 Mass Effect games, and Knights of the Old Republic, so you know it's got the juice.
The team over in Texas have put together an extended gameplay reveal led by the game's director, Chris King.
That is coming up next, but you should stick around after for our sister show, FGS Live from Los Angeles.
Right then. The time has come, the walrus said. I've been Alex Wilton-Regan.
And I have been Troy Baker. And this has been the Future Game Show Summer Showcase 2026. Oh, we nailed that.
Good.
Which means it is time for you, my dear friends, to enter the world of Exodus.
Enjoy.
I don't want comp drinks after 6 p.m.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris King, Game Director on Exodus. In Exodus, you play as a traveler, venturing on dangerous missions deep into space, in search of powerful alien remnants that can save your dying homeworld. You'll journey to deadly planets, derelict ships, and the remains of lost worlds, while using your wits and teamwork to survive the terrifying creatures that try to stop you. Along the way, you'll choose who to fight beside, who to fall for, and who to leave behind. You play as June Aslan, a lowly salvager living on the outskirts of Leiden. This is where his story begins, alongside his awakened friend Houston.
June, hey, come on.
Houston?
I'm here. Are you?
Yeah, I think so.
June was orphaned from a once powerful family. He has a unique and mysterious genetic trait that lets him interact with ancient celestial technology. And it's this trait which might be the key to saving your home planet.
Shit. It really works.
Salvager's dream.
You'll be able to customize your June as a male or female, with several options to adjust your appearance. At the start of the game, you'll also choose your character's initial alignment, either a virtuous paladin or an ambitious immortal.
Drop your weapons. Get on the ground.
Lev, don't be stupid. They've got a combat mech.
Drop your weapons now.
These choices will shape your character and change how the world responds to you.
Listen to your friend and let this go.
Not gonna happen, you mercenary scum.
Let's check out some work-in-progress gameplay so you can get a feel for the systems, storytelling, choices, and characters that make up Exodus. The first 2 companions you meet are Elise and Tom. Elise is an impatient mech pilot that loves to blow stuff up and leans into brute force. Tom is an experienced traveler who helps
You just want the
June
dog.
ropes.
Fair.
He tends to be more cautious and provides June with moral perspective. Let's join them as they start a new salvage mission.
All loaded up?
Gears in storage. My lovely suit. Good to go.
Where's Tom?
Last minute prep. Or drinking. Probably both.
Does he do that often? Drinking right before a job?
Man's got his vices, but he gets shit done, okay? Nothing else to say.
Good. You made it. Let's hop on.
Throughout your journey, you'll team up with a diverse crew of companions, like Salt, an awakened octopus.
We got your back, June. You too, Salt.
Not necessary. If you die, I leave. Contract void.
Wow. You don't mince words, do you?
It's an octo thing. You'll get used to it.
All right. Time to move out.
You'll also meet other interesting characters, like the mysterious CC Orlev, voiced by Matthew McConaughey.
Whoa, hang on.
Howdy, friend. Strange times we find ourselves in. Named CC Orlev.
In this scene, CC helps out June by giving
Matthew
him a software
McConaughey,
upgrade.
no shit.
With the new modification added, let's see how we can put it to good use in combat.
June, what's it look like in there?
A lot of mercs. But I think I can thin a few of them out without being seen.
We got your back, June. Things go bad? We'll kick in that door and come running.
How you engage the enemy is up to you. In this encounter, June has to deal with a deadly turret, along with Lycan, the leader of the Fire Eaters. He's heavily protected, and things could get out of hand quick. Let's use this new Recycler mod to stealthily take out some enemies and make things a bit easier. Next, let's use the Scramble Cloak to sneak up on some enemies.
Gotta go to bed. Hope you all have a great day, night, etc. Sophia, have yourself a great night. Always love and appreciate you being here. And, yeah, go get some good sleep, and we will see you next time.
No vision, no discipline. We're going to do things different now that Magic's hard. First step, cutting out the deadwood. You all better start earning your keep.
This turret is protected with heavy armor. Let's toss a thruster grenade to deal massive damage.
I'm gonna be honest, it didn't seem like it did a whole lot of massive damage. This turd. Yes, it's an armored turd.
Awesome, that did the trick. We now catch up to the team having made it to the salvage. However, rival mercenaries have already staked their claim.
Gotta hand it to you. Never thought you pricks would make it this far. Too bad you reached the end of the road.
We're just getting started. Making it past your friends was a breeze. I hope you're more of a challenge.
We've got control of the auto-cannon. How's that for a challenge?
Okay, that is going to be difficult.
June and team have managed to push through the enemy defenses to the control room and now face a pivotal choice.
June, time to do your thing.
I'm in. Taking the guns offline now.
Ooh, thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, Aelin. Oh!
Wait. This is a control room, right? Should be a way to open the airlock doors. Blast all those damn mercs out into space in one shot.
Whoa, hold on. There could be dock workers and maintenance crew in there. We can't just vent the airlock.
Fuck that. We're gonna walk up there to verify who's a merc and who's a zealot dock worker who might just kill us on sight anyway?
Tom's right. We can't be reckless when lives are at stake.
But you don't mind putting our lives at risk?
I'd rather die in a fair fight than risk killing a single innocent bystander.
Whatever. I could use some more target practice anyway.
Let's move. We've given the mercs too much of a head start already.
As you travel across the cluster, you will hear stories of those who have been affected by time, like Tom's account of why he can never go home.
You know the strangest part of being out here?
Years have already passed on Leiden.
Exactly. Spend a few hours on this world, a few days, a few weeks. It's all the same for the people back home.
In between missions, you'll journey back to Persepolis, your primary hub and a major city on Leiden for both humans and Awakened.
Good morning. Afternoon? I forget. Regardless, nice to meet you.
You forget?
Ah, you're doing the thing. The elephant forgot something. Is it better or worse if I notice or not?
Here, you'll embark on new missions, experience how your choices shape the world around you, and meet new companions, like Phaedra Nath, a genius scientist and technician who's eager to help.
Oh, I'm sorry. The lights, you need them, don't you?
And you don't?
No. The eyes, they don't work. So I built my own. Spectrum's different. External light sources are irrelevant, but it's close enough to what you would call, sight. Impressive. The rot's grown vicious, and it's only getting worse. People call it radiation, decay, but it's so much more than that. It rewrites celestial programming. Intelligently, adaptively.
Intelligently? Like it's alive?
Your homeworld of Leiden is facing extinction due to a celestial virus called the Rot. You'll need to travel across the Centauri cluster in search of a possible cure. Phaedra's grandfather was a legendary traveler named Elijah Nath. He left Leiden to investigate the Rot before disappearing decades ago. You travel with Phaedra to a planet called Sang, hoping to find some trace of his discoveries.
I must thank you for this opportunity, June, for allowing me to be part of this.
No point in waiting around. Next stop, Sang.
Sang is a rocky exoplanet covered in a sulfurous atmosphere. You'll need to traverse across the deadly terrain to discover the ancient ruins where Elijah's ship crashed.
Oh, wow. Not a dead moon at all. Okay, there were Celestials here once. How remarkable.
Along with Phaedra, we've decided to bring Salt. Her long-range sniper rifle and abilities that specialize in confusing enemies should come in handy.
Limestone deposits on those rocks in the center of the lake. If I can get there, I should be able to make a path across.
Right, perfect. I suppose we'll just, wait, here. Sang has always been extremely volatile. Completely unideal for civilization, even during the age of the Detoneer. Incredible. Your induction clearly shapes the limestone itself, but what dictates the extent? Oh, so many questions and possibilities. This is already shaping up to be a most fortuitous partnership. Early travelers explored this moon, but they never reported anything of interest. The ones that survived, anyway. Of course, there have always been rumors in certain circles that one of the Detoneer factions may have hidden caches of treasure here. What kind of ghost is that?
I don't know, but I'd wager it's not friendly.
The number of ghosts is not decreasing.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of... The gameplay doesn't look terrible. But it doesn't have the same oomph. You know what I mean? It doesn't have the same oomph that, like, Mass Effect did. Is it just me?
Interesting. That door is also celestial. It looks like... Yes, this is definitely Truth Seeker.
You zoned out. Okay, so I'm sitting here going... What?
Shall I try?
Like...
This is an incredible discovery, you know? So little of Sang has been explored. Because it's, so hostile. But now we can confirm that the Detoneer Celestial did have a presence here.
During missions, June will discover ancient technologies that upgrade his gauntlet, a powerful artifact passed down to him from his father. Once upgraded, it unlocks new possibilities for both traversal and combat.
It's not that it looks terrible. It doesn't look terrible. I thought it was Temu Matt. Well, so here's the thing. They said that this was made by ex-BioWare devs and also Drew Karpatian, who wrote the first two games. And so, like, okay, cool. And you can clearly see that this has a lot of the DNA that Mass Effect has, but it doesn't have the same grab. At least to me, it doesn't have the same grab. Like, I remember seeing Mass Effect for the first time going, oh my god, like the trailer, going, oh my god, that's something I gotta pick up, right? And then immediately in the trailer, you see Shepard and you see a couple of characters and you're like, I want to know more about them, right? What's going on here? This looks, I mean, not only is it massive action, but they're telling you that it's an RPG and this looks fantastic. And I'm not getting any of that. Personally, I'm not getting any of that from this.
I can't decipher it, but clearly this artifact was held in great reverence. June, be careful. Celestial technology can affect human bodies in unexpected ways. What happened? Are you all right?
Fine. It took me by surprise. I've never felt anything so powerful. Let's see if this gets us past that bramble.
Here we see June acquiring Lance, a powerful new gauntlet ability that can pierce and destroy bramble, a byproduct of the rot. After pushing deeper into Sang, they learn a shocking truth. Phaedra's grandfather is still alive and guarding a terrible secret.
You were warned. I told you to turn back. I told you there was nothing here for you but death. You've seen too much now. Stupid, stubborn children.
Elijah has unleashed a corrupted and extremely powerful war machine on the team. With the construct defeated, June and Phaedra must now confront Elijah, hoping to persuade him to share the secrets contained in Sang. Without this information, Leiden will be destroyed by the rock.
This place is forbidden. I warned you not to come here.
You threw away your legacy.
Phaedra! Elijah, please. Whatever you are afraid of, the answer isn't more bloodshed.
I need a promise. A solemn oath. I cannot stop you from claiming the secrets of this world. But my dynasty will be no part of this.
Elijah, what are you doing?
The Nath bloodline ends here, my child. With me and with you. I will take our dynasty to the grave rather than allow it to fall to the sway of Orion's spawn.
I don't want to kill you. Drop your weapon and this doesn't have to end in bloodshed.
But my dynasty ends here.
This has been a small peek into the larger world of Exodus. We're in the final stretch of development now, and we'll be sharing more details all the way up to launch. In the meantime, wishlist on your favorite platform now and become a traveler today.
I think I figured it out. And Itzy, you're actually one of the reasons why I figured it out. So thank you for that. I think I figured it out. It's the same problem that we keep running into with a lot of sci-fi movies and TV shows now. Back when Mass Effect came out initially, right? We were told that it was going to be this grand adventure. But we were never told the whole thing. So we were going into a thing based off of a trailer, and essentially we were going into something blind, and that's okay. And then the game slowly develops, and the problems get more complicated, and the world gets bigger, and then bigger, and then bigger, and you meet new characters, and you're going to different planets in Mass Effect, and you meet more characters, and the problems get bigger, and things get a little bit, more problematic, and so on, and you learn more about the Reavers, but you don't even see Reavers until much, 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 much later on. I think the issue with this is they're already telling you that quite literally the universe is at stake. And then they're going back and going, well, you start out as this person, and this person is trying to do a job. And it's like, why didn't you just start with that and leave it there? Like, the magic is kind of gone because you've already jumped the shark. You told us what the problem was. So why would I be interested? Because the problem is the same problem that Star Trek Discovery had. Star Wars has been having. Literally any sci-fi TV show that's come out in the last 10 years has had. Right? Like, they always have to make it so big, and they don't even start out small. They just make a problem that is so, unfathomably big that you can't wrap your head around it, and because of it, it just looks like noise. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of the issue I'm running into. Is that he has to save his planet, and he's looking for these artifacts, and okay, couldn't we have started maybe a little bit smaller? Like, why do can't part of the thing be like he has to find out that he's got to save his planet? I'd be interested in that. That'd be a cool prologue. Why start with a dog that got no fucking airtime? Yeah. Yeah, they showed the dog once, right? So Doggo was shown once. We wanted Doggo. They showed us Space Octopus. That was cool. But the whole time, other than Space Octopus and Doggo, you're sitting there going, okay, but you've kind of already given us the entire plot. So why wouldn't I just watch somebody else play it? Like, if that's the point, like, why would I even stream something like this? I'd just put on a Let's Play and let it run all night while I crap out for a couple hours and then do my eventual wake up because I can't sleep, and then watch it until I pass out again. I'd probably get just as much out of it, if not more, doing it that way than I would streaming the damn thing. I felt none of it grabbed my... Yeah. It was weird. It was like... I mean, and I'm not saying it's like... It's a terrible game. I'm not saying by any means that it's a terrible game whatsoever. It just... It felt like everything that they wanted it to try and be, and it just can't be now. Because the stakes are way too high going in, and there's way too much to try and follow. So even when you're able to play the game, you already know that, okay, this is the main focus, this is everything that we have to do, yada, yada, yada. And the rest, the gameplay, the character development, the relationships that you build with one another, the Paragon versus Immortal thing, and that's all just trying to figure out everything else. It's kind of like one of those, like, if you're interested or semi-interested in seeing a movie, right? And you have a friend, and it's that one friend that kind of goes like way too far with things. And you're like, oh, well, I know you saw the movie. What did you think of it? Oh, God, it's so amazing. Dude, the end is holy shit. And he flies the plane and like all that. And you're like, okay. So just give me like a general thing. What's it about? And you're expecting like, oh, okay, well, he's going to give me the trailer pitch. And then he ruins the entire movie for you. So now all of a sudden you're just sitting there going, I'm kind of bored. That's what it felt like. Let me see. Was there anything else? Star Trek Shadow Frontier. Okay. Well, that's one that wasn't there. Is there anything else? Applause. I don't know what that is, but we'll take a look. Engine Fall, we saw Dark Mass. We didn't see that. Alters, we saw Bellwright. We didn't see that. Graft? That looks kind of interesting. Didn't see that one. Terminal War. Chronos Lazarus. Oh, it's a DLC for Chronos. Okay. Osiris Reborn, Dead by Daylight, Militioner, okay. Breath Edge 2, Star Wars Power Wash Simulator 2. Take a look at that, see what they got in there. Shark Dentist, what? Ew, no thanks. That shark dentist? Okay. Wait. They got a new trailer for Trazen? No shit. Alright, well, let's take a look at that one too. Alright, let's do this.
On the off chance you're hearing this.
Okay, it's done by Bloober Team, so that's actually a good step in the right direction.
I'm out there. In the dark. I can feel myself slipping. I think it might be too late. There is no coming back from this. This time, you have to let me go. Ro, Lara.
That is not going to happen.
It's a Ro Laren game? Oh, shit. Okay. I'm much more interested now, if I'm being honest. Okay. All right. This has some promise. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm interested in seeing where this one goes, that's for sure. What is a pulse? Oh, it's pinball. Yeah, I'm good. Next. That's an easy pass for me.
This place has been buried for centuries.
I mean, I kind of wish they would have shown us more. It doesn't look terrible. I just don't really know what they're going for. All right, next, Bellwright. Okay, well, so it's not coming to PC. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. And here's why. It reminds me of Reign of Kings. Does anybody else remember that game, or is it just me? Or even Life is Feudal. It's been on PC. Oh, God. Yeah, does anybody remember Reign of Kings or Life is Feudal? That's basically what this feels like to me. And maybe that's the turnoff for me, because Life is Feudal after a while got boring, and Reign of Kings, the developers screwed every single one of us that actually used to play it. So it was an early access thing, and it was early access for a while, and they were updating it and updating it and updating it, and then the developers came out, and they basically, in so many words, went, yeah, no, fuck you guys, we're literally just taking all your money, and we're not doing anything with this anymore, bye-bye, and that was pretty much it. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from... I'm not saying the developers will do that for this game, but it's the same type of gameplay. You know, you start off alone, you can team up with friends, you can build a community, you can have NPCs, or you can have total players and all this other shit, build an army, go against another faction, and so on, and there you have it. That's about it, right? The gameplay loop has been played out many times, many years ago and throughout. Yeah. I'm sure that there are going to be people who really like it, don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying that the game won't be fun, but as soon as I went, this feels like Reign of Kings, I was automatically just turned off. I have no idea what that's about. I'll give them this. They at least gave us gameplay, but I'm still in the dark as to what it's all about. Yeah, no idea what that's about. I mean, it looks like DayZ, just a better version, but they haven't told us anything. So I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Nice. Yep, I'm sold. That looks good. I'm totally sold. Power Wash Simulator in Star Wars. I'm sold. That looks great. Fuck yeah.
Let's see to it.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive.
Who's done this in my time? Indeed.
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
June 11th. Nice. Okay. Okay. So we had Star Wars Power Wash Simulator, which is cool. We had, you know, a shorter trailer for Rogue Trader. This is the one I want to check out again, now that I know what it is. I want to nerd out about this.
On the off chance you're hearing this. I'm out there. In the dark. I can feel myself slipping. I think it might be too late. There is no coming back from this. This time, you have to let me go. Ro, Lara.
That is not going to happen.
I'm kind of digging it. And again, it's done by Bloober. And Bloober does really, really, really good with horror games. And I'm going to be honest, Rolaren actually looks really good too. So yeah, I'm not excited yet, but it looks really, really, really promising. And maybe that's just me because I am like the Star Trek nerd, but it does look really, really promising for sure. So, yeah. So overall, out of the trailers that we saw for Future Game Show, what did you guys think overall of Future Game Show? Me personally, I felt like a lot of it was okay. There were a couple things here and there where I was sitting there and I'm going, okay, you know what? I'll give this a shot. This isn't like terrible, right? But generally speaking, it didn't have there wasn't a whole lot where I was like, I was really wowed, I guess would be the best way to put it. It wasn't like last night with Summer Game Fest where they came out swinging and then it was basically every other game. I was sitting there going, holy shit, this is going to be cool, right? Future Game Show didn't have that. And I'm not saying it's necessarily their fault either. I think the problem is that when you have Summer Game Fest and Future Game Show, and you also have Sony State of Play, and you also have PC Game Show, and you also have the Xbox Showcase, I think one of the biggest issues, at least for me, is I think what they do, when you have Sony State of Play, they're going to do all the Sony stuff. When you have the Xbox Showcase, they're obviously going to do all the Xbox stuff. Right? When you have Summer Game Fest, because that's the big one throughout the Summer Game Fest weekend, or I should say the Summer Game Fest week, right? They're going to front load everything onto Summer Game Fest, and then as it keeps going on, it's going to kind of peter out, right? We're still definitely going to be watching the Xbox Game Showcase as well as the PC Gaming Showcase on Monday, but I'm not holding out any hope. Like Xbox, I'm expecting to see some decent stuff, right? Because it's Xbox. They're not just going to go, here's a bunch of shit. At least they typically don't. At least there's typically things, you know, that you can latch on to for both Sony and Xbox. And Xbox kind of has to really deliver this year because they are quite literally on fire at the moment. So I'm expecting to see decent things from them, at the very least decent things that'll interest me. PC Game Show, that could be a snooze fest. So Monday, bring a blanket, grab some snacks, probably a couple wine coolers, or whatever the hell else, because PC Game Show has this kind of reputation, especially over the last few years, where it's kind of been a snooze fest. We're going to watch it because, again, I don't know, and a lot of that stuff is primarily only for PC, and sometimes we find some hidden gems. I can't say they're all bad. Sometimes we do find some really nice hidden gems. But honestly speaking, anything that we really, really want to see come to PC is usually already covered between Sony State of Play, Xbox Game Showcase, Future Game Show, and Summer Game Fest. So they kind of get the leftovers. But we'll see. We will see. But I mean, generally, like, what did you guys think overall? In all honesty, what did you guys think of it? I didn't think it was terrible, but I also didn't think it was anything like groundbreaking or remarkable, I guess would be the best way to put it. It definitely was not like Summer Game Fest last night, where it was just one after another after another after another, was just a solid banger. What do you guys think? For me, it was okay. It's okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was cool to see Troy. And it was great to be able to put a face to the name for the voice actor that plays Lara. But yeah, generally speaking, it was like, all right, well, yeah, all right. It was kind of one of those deals, you know what I mean? So yeah, it was okay. It was okay. But yeah, this one, really interested in. Why this wasn't on Future Game Show, I don't know. This one seems like a real miss. They should have, but they didn't. Is there anything else that we're missing? We saw Wolf Among Us. Let's see. Astroburn. I don't know what that is. Sea of Remnants. Paralives. First Light. Yeah, I think we're going... Year 1 content trailer. Okay. For First Light. Let's see what they do. Anytime, YouTube. So let's see. We got Taxim. We know that that's coming out. Path Tracing, which we knew was coming out. It's coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. There's a new gadget, which are the G2 glasses. A game mode and a new Game Plus campaign. Okay, the new Game Plus campaign is cool. Bothma returning, which we saw yesterday. That's really cool. Wishlist milestone, I have no idea what that is. Photo mode, fair. I don't know what James Bond Day reward is, but I guess maybe we'll find out here.
Hi, I'm Dominic Vega from IO Interactive, and I'm very excited to share with you our upcoming plans for 007 First Light. The action doesn't stop with launch, as future TaxSim updates are planned to bring new gameplay and challenges into the mix. Go back to Kensington in the workshop, where your wits and resourcefulness will be put to the test, and a surprise awaits you on the mountain slopes of Slovakia. Players will also return to Mauritania in a less dangerous black market. Then pack your sunglasses and head to the Pearl, Vietnam's luxury resort, where a new enemy has taken over. Will you be smart enough to eliminate the threat in time? We will then continue the story with a whole new mission for Bond in the field. MI6 and Bothma have made an alliance after the events in Mauritania. Now Bothma will need MI6's help with a sensitive issue and asks for Bond personally. Q will also be working on an exciting new gadget, the G2 glasses, opening for new gameplay opportunities and creative freedom. You can also expect to take your favorite vehicles for a spin again to face new challenges. 007 First Light will be coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We're looking forward to seeing Nintendo players earn the number. In the coming year, players can expect Tactical Simulation to bring new, regular content, including gadget upgrades, new weapons, challenges, cosmetics, and more. At IO Interactive, launch is just the beginning, and we can't wait for you to discover everything we still have in the works.
Whatever his endgame is, we won't see it coming.
Okay, so they are going to be putting out regular content, which is really cool. I like that. I really do like that. That's cool. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about before. Only at Amazon. So you have to buy the Specialist Edition through Amazon in order to get the classic Bond tux, which is, to me, absolutely insane. I mean, I know why they're doing it, and I get it, but to me, that is just insanity. So, and to be fair, knowing IO Interactive, chances are there's probably going to be something that might allow you to get it later on, whether it be some sort of microtransaction or whether it be, you know, you have to play the, you have to play a specific mission that they come up with in the future. It's entirely possible. It's just, it is insane to me that you would absolutely get paywalled for literally one of the iconic Bond, like, I say iconic, but I'm not talking about, like, the Goldfinger tux. You know what I mean? Like, I could see them locking the Goldfinger tux, or I could see them locking the Golden Gun behind something like that. But the classic Bond tuxedo is just... what? At least to me. That's... I don't get it. I really don't get it. That one... no idea. Absolutely no idea. Let's see. Anything else? This is all stuff from last night now. Oh god, The Rock is now in Fortnite. I hate all of that. Resident Evil Veronica. I'm going to tell you, Resident Evil Veronica was one of those things where they got me. They really, really, really got me with Resident Evil Veronica. And that was right out of the gate last night. That was huge. So, you know, I honestly didn't expect to see anything about Veronica until next year. So I'm kind of really surprised. But to be fair, if I remember correctly, I think they did the same kind of thing with Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake, where you had Resident Evil 2 and then in very short order after Resident Evil 2, they announced Resident Evil 3, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they did. So I'm surprised that it happened as soon as it did, but still. Alien Isolation 2 was another massive one. Hitman with Wiz Khalifa. Sure. You know what? It's Hitman. It'll be fun. Stellar Blade Blood Rain, we talked about at length. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about it, given everything. Is there anything else that we missed through the last 2 days? End of Abyss we saw, Clutch we saw, Sword of Legends we saw, Sonic Racing, Hot Wheels, Soulframe, saw Genesis, Saw. Saw's always been a tough sell for me, if I'm being honest. I know a lot of people really, really, really like it. And okay, fair enough, because at least it's not Hostile. But Saw has always been like a really, really tough series for me, because I know that there are a lot of people that really love Saw, but I could never understand why. I could never understand why. Like, I've watched a few of the movies. I haven't watched all of them, but I've watched a few of the movies. But this was also at the same time you had stuff like Hostel, right? This is also at the same time you had stuff like Descent, or other The Hills Have Eyes would be another one, right? Like these like overly gory, like over the top things with the barest of plots, and it was just insanely creative, gory, horrible ways for all of these people to die. And it wasn't it went way past slasher movie levels of dumb and gore and just went straight to gore porn. And it always, at least to me, and I mean, if anybody else feels differently, please feel free to chime in, because I really don't know. But at least to me, Saw, I'm sure, I know it has a story, and I know the story is complex, but you have to wade through literally buckets of blood and gore and viscera just to even try and figure out that there is a story other than, let's play a game. You know what I mean? Like, again, maybe it's just me. I never understood it. Like, what about you guys? Is Saw something that did anything for any of you other than, like, make you want to hurl? And I know I'm very, very, very critical. I'm very critical about Saw. But I'm critical about Saw because I feel like the movie had the potential to be, especially the first one, had the potential to be so much better than what it was. And I've gotten a lot of pushback on this over the years, but I'm still sticking to my guns. I think the problem with Saw is they showed too much. I've always felt that the issue with Saw is that you had a story that was I mean, when it first started out, did it necessarily need the best storyline ever? No, it didn't. It could have been a one-off. If the thing bombed, who cared? It was still kind of a, a good time. If you want to gross, you want one of those movies that's going to gross out you and your friends, or, you and whoever you're dating or whatever, right? So it had the barest of plots, but it didn't need anything like all that complex. But I think where they fell really flat was, okay, we get to watch this dude's head explode now. And it's like, right, or instead of showing us brain matter being expelled from the head when the head pops like a zit because the steel trap shows up, right? You could have quick cut with the sound effect of the of the bear trap or whatever it was snapping shut, and then said character gets blood all over their face, and now the rest is left up to the viewer's mind as to what happened, and it adds more tension because you can't see it, but your mind is working overtime to fill in what you don't see. And that's kind of always been my issue with Saw, is that they went too far and they just showed everything, so there was no tension. It was just, oh, are they going to make it? No, head exploded. Oh, what are they going to have to do now? Oh, okay, I'm going to go throw up now because Cary Elwes has to literally saw his entire wrist off, and we have to watch every excruciating part of that. Oh, what's going to happen now? Oh, man's going to have his jaw ripped completely off, and guess what we get to see? I'm going to go throw up again. You know what I mean? It was one of those deals, and I didn't get it. Sober, how you doing? How are the things, buddy? Ooh. And how did you like Summer Game Fest? Not too bad. Been playing Space Marine 1 Remastered. How do you? I've been doing pretty good. Today was a busy day. Doing pretty good. We watched Future Game Show. Future Game Show was okay. I mean, it's not like Summer Game Fest. Summer Game Fest, I don't know about you, Sober, but Summer Game Fest, there were a lot of things that I was like, holy shit. Future Game Show, there were a few things here and there, but generally speaking, I wasn't like overly impressed by anything. I really wasn't. Yeah, it was good. I always play the Hot Wheels game, so that's fun. Stranger Than Heaven is exciting-ish. The vampire one looks interesting. There were a bunch, because we're actually... I was going back through to see what else there was, to see if we missed anything between yesterday and today, and I'm not seeing much that wasn't covered, which is a good thing, for sure. It's a very good thing. Division 2 XKO, X4 Foundations, which, God, that's still going. Gothic 1 Remake, Cuphead Adventure, Gen Atlas looked decent. Blood Message looked really decent. I really liked that. I have no idea what Hey X is. Mafia, I need to catch up on. Lord of the Fallen looks great, but I know from playing them, it's ass. Yeah, I've seen people play it, and it's like, okay, well, it's not my thing in particular, so, but I would watch somebody. Like, if there's, a streamer out there who wants to play it, I'd sit down and I'd watch it, but I probably won't. Cuphead, I hate the art of. It gives me a bad itch, no idea why. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I really liked Blood Message, though. Blood Message looked really, really fun. Mortal Shell was same kind of thing. Black Flag Resynced, I'm excited for that. TMNT Last Ronin, I was not expecting. That was definitely not on my bingo card whatsoever. Control Resonant looked really, really good. Galactic Racer still looks good. Guild Wars 3, I was surprised by. I don't know if I'm going to play it, but I'm glad it's still going. I'm really glad it's still going. Virtua Fighter Crossroads actually looked pretty decent. I'm hoping it's a narrative-driven thing. That's what it looks like. 1666 Amsterdam, I want to see more gameplay and how things actually work. It looks interesting, but I really want to see more actual gameplay that doesn't have 18,000 different After Effects filters on it. Black Flag Resynced I'm less excited for now. I've seen some weird gammy bits a bit like the Ezio collection had, but I'll see. I mean, that's fair. I'm going to be playing it when it releases, so we'll find that one out together. Mafia Old Country, Man of Honor story expansion. I didn't play Mafia Old Country, so it didn't really catch me. Star Wars Zero Company looks kind of interesting, only because it's basically XCOM, but Star Wars. Stranger Than Heaven, the whole Tupac thing was a massive surprise. Blood of the Dawnwalker, I'm still on the fence about. Among Us, I was like, what? What is going on with that? I like that there's going to be more stuff for First Light. Saw Genesis, no thanks. It's a 3v1 thing instead of a an actual narrative story. So no thanks, but I've never been a big fan of Saw anyway. Soulframe looked decent. You hate Saw? Yeah, I've never been a big fan. And that's what I was talking about when you came in, is just, it went so far into gore porn that for me, I tried. I really tried, because I know that there's a lot of people that really do like Saw. I'm just not one of them. I'm not. I think there was a lot of potential for it to be amazing, and it just flopped because they got way too greedy. Like way too greedy. I see no point in schlock horror. It's for edgy teens and misanthropes. Well, so here's what I was saying, right? With Saw, it's like splatterpunk. It's only written by hack. Well, no, so hear me out, right? If you took Alien, for instance, and we've all seen Alien. So the scene where the Xeno's tail is sliding up Veronica Cartwright's leg, right? Imagine if we actually had to watch what happens after. It would completely take everything that they had worked for up until that point away. It would have been ripped away from us, right? That was kind of one of those deals where the mind needs to be able to come up with its own conclusion as to what is exactly happening in that moment. Because what happens in the movie is you see the tail, it starts going up Veronica Cartwright's leg, it cuts back to Ripley, she's running through a corridor, and then she just hears over the intercom Veronica Cartwright's character screaming. And then that's it. Right? Gore with a narrative point is fine. Exactly. Yeah, that's what the chestburster scene is for, but it works because the rest of the film isn't that all the time. Exactly. So, like, for instance, in the original Saw, here's Cary Elwes. Cary Elwes, I can't remember his character's name. He literally has to saw his own hand off from the wrist down in order to free himself so that he can get the key and get himself out of there, right? I can see that being a masterpiece in tension and horror when you see him put the saw to his wrist and you see a quick thing where he starts to push the saw, and then it's literally just watching a close-up of his face. And he's trying not to scream, and he starts screaming, and it may, you know, then all of a sudden you see blood, and you see everything, you see blood spray, but it's on him. You may see a splatter on the wall, stuff like that. But you don't actually see him having to cut through for the full 2 minutes that it hangs on it in reality, of him actually like slicing through bone and slicing his hand, slicing all the way down and trying to do it so he doesn't hit the artery right there. And it was just too much. But the problem is that they could have used that as like a last minute thing that has been building up if it wasn't, here's man whose head is in a bear trap. We get to watch his head explode. Here's person with the thing on their jaw. We get to watch that get snapped off. Here's thing with person that has bomb in their stomach, and we get to watch them detonate all over the place. Here, and it keeps going on, and they're just constantly trying to top the previous thing, and there's no tension there. That's just making people want to vomit. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? To me, that's just gore porn. That's all that is. It's no better than Hostel at that point. And Hostel was really bad. Really, really, really bad. I think there's something wrong with people who enjoy watching that. So the way I see it, right, is, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier too, because we saw a little bit more of the Hellraiser game tonight. I think the issue is that you had those 1970s and 1980s slasher movies, right? So Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Hellraiser, Puppet Master, the list goes on, right? But the charm of those slasher movies was that, generally speaking, they were trying to do things on a very, very, very small budget. So even though, yes, there was a lot of tension and the acting could be very, very good, once the gore itself hit, it either did one of two things. It either became something that was genuinely scary, and then it was, the genuinely scary parts were peppered in among just things that you can clearly tell were supposed to go one way and didn't, but they didn't have the budget to fix it, so now it just looks wonky, and it's kind of funny. So there's a certain charm to like those old slasher films to an extent. But then all of a sudden you have something like Saw, and Saw is just, it's got a big budget, it's over the top, but it's constantly doing something. And it's constantly like just blood and guts and viscera and gore all over the place. And it's no longer about raising tension. It's about trying to make people scream in the theaters and trying to make them leave the theater to go throw up. That's my issue with Saw. All of them, by the way. That's always been my issue with Saw. For me, there's no tension. They're just it's just gore porn. That's what I have an issue with Saw. Saw and Hostel, they're literally just doing it for the gore. That's it. And again, like, here's the thing. I'm one of those people that really, really likes tension. I'm one of those people that, like, what's a good one to use as an example? Okay, actually, there's two that I can use as an example, right? They're hokey now, but when they came out, you had The Ring and you had The Grudge, right? Now, both of those are vastly different in terms of how they present tension and how they present terror, but the one thing that they both had in common was that there was usually one set piece, maybe two, but typically only one set piece that they would use where you would actually see like any massive amount of gore, and it was being used and it was doing multiple things. So you finally have the climax to the buildup. You also finally have the something that visually you can see, and usually it's like the highlight of the movie. You know what I mean? Whereas Saw, it was just, here's person's head exploding, here's person's jaw being ripped off, here's Cary Elwes sawing off his own hand, here, like, and they're just constantly trying to one-up one another. Like, and then Hostel came out, and it was like, oh dear God, this is even worse. Oddly, Resident Evil 7 did the gore well because it was sudden and shocking and oh shit, but also became grotesquely routine for the Bakers, but it wasn't her blood funny. Yeah, and but I will say, and one of the big things too is that I think Resident Evil 7, and I know that this was a complaint for Resident Evil 7, and I don't disagree, was that yes, they did do gore well, but they also did a lot of it, and it was a lot of the time there were spots where I was sitting there going, did we really need that one? You know what I mean? Like, did we really, really need that one specifically? So they toned it down, and that's okay. I don't. Yeah, that's okay. I don't have a problem with them toning it down a little bit, right? But I will say that at the very least, love or hate Resident Evil 7, they really, really were able to show what they could actually do. I didn't play nor watch all of it. I guess it got worse. And oh yeah, I played all of it on stream, and I saw people play it, and it got bloody. It got really bloody. It got really gory. It got really grotesque, and so on. And there were times where I'm like, ooh boy, there may be some people that have a problem with this, right? And this is also like, I'm the guy that can watch people get ripped apart while eating seafood. You know what I mean? So if I'm saying that and others are saying that, maybe they need to, you know, turn the dial down maybe one or two notches in there. And they did, to be fair, so good on them. They did dial it back a bit, which I think is good. But yeah, like generally speaking, it wasn't terrible, and they were using it for plot points, which I think is also really, really good. Also, Medicine, it's good to see you, buddy. How you doing? How are the things? And actually, Sober, Medicine, while you're here, there is something that you need to see, because, and this was not part of the Future Game Show, by the way. This snuck in under the radar. This was something I was not expecting.
chance you're hearing this. I'm out there. In the dark. I can feel myself slipping. I think it might be too late. There is no coming back from this. This time, you have to let me go. Ro, Lara.
That is not going to happen.
I was not seeing this. This was not on my bingo card at all. This one looks pretty decent. Done by Bloober. Bloober's known for doing, hang on, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Bloober's known for doing really good horror. Ro Laren is a Bajoran, but she is a Bajoran character from Next Generation. Thank you, Sober. Appreciate that. She is a character from Next Generation, believe it or not. So we first meet Ro Laren, and Ro Laren for a while was a very hated character in TNG, but I think that's because they had no idea what to do with her. So when we first meet Ro Laren, she is we hear about her, but we don't see her initially. So we hear that there is a person from a penal colony that is being transferred onto the Enterprise, and both Picard and Riker don't like it whatsoever, and they're sitting, and like Picard asks the Admiral, why and stuff like that, and they're like, well, here's the thing, we have these people because of the Cardassian occupation and everything like that. We have the Cardassians, but we also have the Maquis, and we have the Bajorans who are fighting them, and unfortunately you also have Bajorans who are freedom fighters that left their world, and they're also trying to wage war against the Cardassians on their own terms, but unfortunately it's bringing the Federation into things, and that's a bad thing, and we need that to stop, and she needs to talk to her people. So they reluctantly bring Ro Laren on board, and Ro Laren quickly learns, because of how the Maquis are doing their thing, that maybe the Federation does have a point. The way that they're going about it sucks, yes, sure, but at the same time, you got people like Picard, you have people like Riker, and you have a lot of other people in the Federation who are trying to do the right thing. And sure, that might be a little idealistic and maybe a little bit naive, but at the same time, everything that they've been doing up until now hasn't worked anyway, so we might as well give it a shot. And she was there for, I want to say like half, I want to say it was like the last half of the last season, right? And then she ended up leaving. And she ended up returning to the Maquis. And that's all well and fine. And then we don't see her until the third and final season of Picard. So there is a massive gap in terms of what we know about Ro Laren. And the actor who portrayed Ro Laren is returning and is actually doing the voice for her, which is really cool too. So she is Bajoran, but to be fair, she's a tough cookie. She's a real tough cookie. She is no bullshit. In all honesty, she's the only other Bajoran I like, aside from Major Kira. She really is. And I used to hate her. I really used to hate Ro Laren. I thought it was, but I think it's because, again, it was wasted potential. It wasn't because she was a bad character. I generally hate Bajorans, but that's a me thing. I still think this looks exciting. No, I get it. There's a lot of people that don't like Bajorans. There's a lot of people that don't like Bajorans, but again, I think it's because the way that they were originally presented in Next Generation, and then the way that things for a while just kind of droned on with them in Deep Space Nine. There were some really, really good stories to tell with the Bajorans, and I will go out on a limb and say that literally one of the best Deep Space Nine episodes is a Bajoran episode, for sure. But generally speaking, a lot of the Bajoran episodes, either they were really, really good, or they were fuck awful. Like, there really was no in between, sadly. And there were a lot of them. So I can see why people aren't exactly all that keen on Bajorans just in general. You know what I mean? I totally get it. 100%. But here's this. So this is the third time we've watched it on here, but I noticed some things. I'm not going to play the thing again, but we can go through screenshots here. So we don't know what kind of ship this is, and that's okay, because we never get like a clear shot of it. This is a Starfleet corridor. We know that because you got the LCARs here. It's 24th century LCARs, which is really nice. Which again is backed up by the type of comm badge that we see at the end. This is not the same ship. It's not the same ship whatsoever. And I want to go back a little bit here. Maybe I missed it. No, I didn't miss it. Okay. So then back up a little bit more. This is a Klingon ship. You can tell by the grating on the deck. You can tell by the vent plates. You can tell by these support structures. This is a Klingon ship. And then you have this shot right here as well. It's kind of hard to see, but there's this white door, or maybe not white, but it's a brighter colored door. It's the same kind of door that was used in Star Trek VI when the two Starfleet officers beamed aboard Kronos 1 and gravity was out and they were using the magnetic boots, and the door opens and there's the Chancellor, and he's floating and they shoot him, right? Again, I know I'm geeking out here. Again, this is more Klingon because of the doors, right? And because of the angled architecture when it comes to these right here. So this is definitely Klingon for sure. And then you got more shots of we know for a fact now that it's 24th century, and we know this because here's Ro Laren, and she's running past a door here. So this corridor was a reused thing that they used in all of the Kirk movies. But the maroon door here is very reminiscent of next gen era doors for sure. So we've got 24th century Starfleet. We at least have a Klingon ship, which is really cool. Everything is kind of fucky. We have all these plants and everything else. We're not sure what's going on. She hits the panel, which again, 24th century LCARs, that's kind of cool. Only gripe I have, only real gripe I do have, is I'm not sure what's going on here. this could very well be that I know what they're going for, which is the gravity is gone, but it doesn't make any sense in the world of Star Trek. And here's why. Because we know that the ship is crash landed on a planet, right? So if it's crash landed on a planet, then that means that there is gravity, because if there wasn't any gravity, it would have just taken a fucking nosedive right into it instead of being able to even do this. The planet has to have some gravity because there's another ship that's landed on it, and if it didn't have gravity, that'd kind of be a problem, right? And then so if the planet itself has gravity, then that means even with all the power off, there would still be gravity in this room. So again, I'm not sure what they're going for here, because even if artificial gravity in this room, for whatever reason, was completely disabled, unless there's some sort of anomaly or whatever that's happening in this room, something strange, some weird sci-fi thing, right? Unless that's the case, because there's gravity on the planet, there would absolutely still be gravity in this room. Sheerly from the fact that they're literally sitting on a planet with gravity. That's the only real, like, small gripe I have, but again, we're not entirely sure. So, it'll be interesting. It'll be really, really, really interesting to see. I'm really interested in seeing what they want to do with this, for sure. And it's Bloober Team, and Bloober Team's known to, like, really deliver on shit, which I think is really, really cool. So yeah, I'm definitely excited for this one, for sure. I got bored of their freedom fighter shtick. It was kind of one-dimensional. Okay, cool, you kill Cardassians, everyone likes that, but what else are you? You know what, to be honest, I'll actually show you a couple of things. There were a couple of really, really, really good episodes that I liked. So, DS9 Duet is one. This was an absolutely amazing, amazing episode. This was season 1. Obviously, I can't, like, play it, but generally speaking, Duet was all about... Actually, I'll do it this way. DS9 Duet. Generally speaking, what this was all about was this guy right here was being transported to Deep Space Nine, and the ship that was carrying him messaged Deep Space Nine. Actually, this guy right here messaged Ops and said, hey, do you have a doctor? And they go, yeah, why? What's up? He goes, well, you're probably going to want to get in contact with him because we got a guy who's got insert rare disease here. And so Major Kira is now pissed, and come to find out the reason why she's pissed is because the only way anybody can have this particular disease is if they were in a particular province when there was a massive massacre that had happened. And because the guy is Cardassian, that means he was part of the occupation, which means that he also took part in this massacre and is now considered a war criminal. Fine. So they've set up the plot. But then as you go through, you find out that this guy isn't exactly who he says he is, and so on. And long story short, he changed. He had cosmetic surgery to change into what he looks like, because the person that he looks like was the mastermind behind this massacre. But this guy himself was just a filing clerk. and didn't agree with the horrors that he saw. It's essentially like if, for whatever reason, there was a German officer at Auschwitz, and because he's there, he can't do anything. If he said anything, he'd be killed. So he had to keep quiet, but it really shook him, and it bothered him to the point where he decided to maybe get plastic surgery or whatever to look like, say, Amon Girth, right? So that he could stand trial in Amon Girth's place, because he felt so bad not only for being part of it, even if he never did anything, but because he also saw so many people die in that camp. That's essentially what the story is. And it was really, really, really well done. The other one, there's another episode which I really, really like as well, where Kira has to go down to Bajor, and there's this old curmudgeon. And he's a farmer, and he's been a farmer for forever, and so on. But unfortunately, because progress has to be made, and because they're rebuilding Bajor, they have to clear that area out, because it's going to be done for farming, and they're going to be putting up facilities and everything else, and so on. And he's going to end up being relocated. Now, granted, the relocation is free of charge, but that's not the point. The point is that this is his home, and he is staunchly against being removed from his home, whether it be by the Cardassians or Bajor or the Federation, whoever. And Kira realizes that although it's awful, things are going to happen anyway. And because they're all machines, he's just going to end up being killed. These machines are specifically designed to just vaporize anything that's there. They don't differentiate between biological or, man-made stuff. So she's trying to save his life, but at the same time comes to terms with the fact that progress doesn't always mean something is right. Which is a really, really, really cool story. But off the top of my head, aside from one other story that I can think of that is, generally speaking, a Bajoran story, there's a lot of Bajor episodes where I'm just like, and I'm just out cold. There's quite a few. And again, I kind of feel like maybe that was done for filler. You know what I mean? Maybe that was one of those deals. It was done for filler and kind of oof. You know what I mean? You must watch through the series again. I think this is, so Duet is season 1, episode 19. Duet was a fantastic episode. And, in my opinion, one of DS9's best episodes, which is insane. For many reasons. One, because usually the first season people are trying to find their footing. And they really found their stride in season 1. So to have literally one of the best episodes of the entire series come out in the first season is bananas. Second, it's a Bajoran episode, which, again, kind of insane, right? And everybody in that episode did absolutely phenomenal. They really, really, really did a fantastic job. So yeah, it was just great all the way through. Loved it. DS9, I think, is easily the series that I can point to and go, this literally had the best of everything. Like, it really, really, really did. And I know that there are people that grew up on Next Gen. I grew up on Next Gen, and I love Next Gen. But I think the issue with next gen sometimes is that they have really, really cool stuff. Like really, really cool episodes. They could be multi-part episodes, or it could be like an ongoing thing for a season. But as soon as that, like one particular episode that covers that subject is done, next week it's kind of a throwaway episode. It's kind of like just a filler, right? And it's not Monster of the Week bad typically, but generally speaking, it's kind of one of those, oh, well, all right, I guess. Not terrible, not bad, but it is Star Trek, so it's got that going for it kind of deal. But Deep Space Nine, generally speaking, didn't have a whole lot of terrible episodes. They really didn't. Which, you know, they got to be commended for that. They absolutely do. So, you know, credit where it's due. Definitely credit where it's due. So, now that I've nerded out about Trek here for a minute, out of Sony State of Play, Summer Game Fest, and Future Game Show, what are you guys excited about? Now, remember, obviously tomorrow is Xbox Showcase and PC Gaming Show. I'll be watching both of those on Monday with everybody. I won't be watching them ahead of time. But so far, what are you guys excited for? Bedtime Night All Bleached. Have yourself a great night. Always love and appreciate you being here, and we will definitely see you next time. Eating good in general? Yeah, I really think we are. I really, really, really think we are. Actually, I wonder. Let me check something out here. What is going to be in Xbox Gaming Showcase? Gears of War E-Day, we knew. Fable gameplay and story details. Interested in that, right? Halo campaign evolved. Fair enough. My gripe about Halo campaign evolved is I'm sure it's going to look pretty, but after a couple of months, it's not going to matter. Sadly. Because they're doing Gears of War, which is going to be chewed up and spat out by Halo, which is going to be chewed up and spat out by Modern Warfare. We just know it. That's how it's going to work. State of Decay 3, I'm kind of done with zombies at this point. I know, like, you're excited and Spectre's excited for State of Decay, and there's a lot of other people that are. I'm just zombied out. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that you guys are excited for it. It's, yeah, I'm just kind of zombied out. Clockwork Revolution, I think, is going to be really, really interesting, though, for sure. I think Veronica, it looks good. Veronica does look good. It does. And in all honesty, I was not expecting anything about Veronica until next year. So there is that. But as I said earlier, I think they did the same thing with 2 and 3 remake. I recall Bloop saying he's tired of Gears of War. I am too. It got boring. Well, so I think the issue with Gears of War, and I don't disagree with either of you, I think the issue with Gears of War, though, is that there was always something else. So Gears of War was there, but it was like, well, we got some money left over. Like, it's not Halo money, but we definitely got some money. Let's make something out of it. And then they did, but unfortunately, it was always overshadowed by Halo. And then once Activision Blizzard became part of Microsoft, now all of a sudden Call of Duty is just housing everything else that's even remotely close to it. Apparently, I missed that new Stellar Blade game that was in production. I'm excited for that one, too. I like the aesthetics in terms of the environment for the new Stellar Blade game, but I will say that my concern with it is the same concern I have for most games like that, which is they are riding a line. They are definitely riding a line. And I know that the culture is different in Japan, and I know that there are certain things that are acceptable under certain guidelines in Japan, but there are things here in the West that, oh boy. What line? The main character looks young. And she's got jiggle physics. Now, granted, it's not as bad as what we see in the first Stellar Blade, but they are riding a line. They are definitely riding a line. And let's make no bones about it. They know what they're doing. Okay? Like, they know what they're doing. I did read someone mention that from what I've seen, she didn't look that young. I can bring it up right now and show you. It's a line. So I'll let the trailer play because you haven't seen it yet.
The outer circle line train bound for Nexus sector is now arriving. Please wait for everyone to exit before boarding.
I'm listening.
The Scarlet Sin. That's the beginning and end of it all. How about you try taking a hit?
You're acting a little strange today.
Oh, yeah? It's our first mission in a while. Aren't you a little excited?
Stop saying weird things.
Okay, take it easy.
Quiet. They're moving.
Initiating C3 sync. Ready, Angel.
Roger, Kenna. Tracking.
출입문 닫습니다. Doors closing. How's it looking out there?
I can't stand crowds. It'd be better for both of us if we got out of here quickly.
In the movies, this is always where things go wrong.
Hey.
Well, just saying. It's a cliche. Wait, the target stopped.
Hearken! The pulse rain shall cease! In the name of the Father!
So you see what I mean? She, like, here's the thing. This is where I'm like, okay, I can deal with maybe a baby face thing here to an extent. But even here, I'm like, let me put it this way. If I saw a girl like this, if I was 20 years younger and I saw a girl like this leaning against a vending machine, there is no way in hell I'm going up to talk to her. Zero. Right? That's just me, but there ain't no way in hell. But then, to be fair, as things go on, it's like, okay, well, you know, I mean, maybe she just looks young and this, that, and the other thing. Fair enough. Now, you see where it's like, okay, she is definitely she's a tiny thing. Fair enough. The baby face thing isn't as prominent here, and that's all well and fine. But they made it a point to go full jiggle physics. And we're already in a very uncomfortable spot with exactly how old she's supposed to be portraying. You see what I mean? That's what I mean by riding a line. I see what you mean, but at the same time, I usually have little patience for the pearl clutching moral outrage nonsense, but she looks uncomfortably young for those. That's exactly the problem. Yeah, that's exactly my point. At least with, here's the thing. I can't remember her name because I haven't played the first one, but the main character in Stellar Blade, she looks young, but I don't think she looks any younger than, say, 23 or 24. This does not look 23 or 24. This doesn't even look remotely close to 23 or 24. For me personally, this does not look remotely close to that. So the combat looks great. The actual world itself, looks gorgeous. I will give it that. Right? Like, the atmosphere is there. It's very, very Eastern cyberpunk. Right? There's a lot of really cool things. But it's the character. It really, really is the character. And here's how I know what they're doing. And how I know they know what they're doing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Spectre. But in the first one, isn't the main character like an android or something along those lines? Yeah, okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't basically everybody else that she comes into contact with also an android? Or something along those lines? Not really. Okay, could you explain that? Because here's my problem. Main character of the first one is an android, and that's all well and fine. She looks young, she looks great, but at least you can go, okay, early to mid-20s. If this character is anything like the character from the first game, she looks a lot younger than mid-20s. Or even early 20s. And they're using that specifically to go, well, that's why we can put her in a skin suit. And that's my issue. Some are humans, others are, from what I gather, like cyborgs. Yeah. And to me, that's pushing it. So they know what they're doing. Even with this character, let's assume for the moment that this character is an android. If that's the case, they know what they're doing because they're going off of, well, I mean, she's not human, so it doesn't count. That's what essentially they're saying. She's not human, she's a robot. So because she's a robot, it doesn't count. They know what they're doing. Was the one in the first one that looked much younger than this? No, I agree, and that's why I said, like, it's not as bad as it was in the first one, and there are plenty of anime, by the way, that do the same crap, right? There's plenty of anime that does it. There's video games that do it too, right? Oh yeah, here's what looks like an 11-year-old girl, but you know, she's actually an 11,000-year-old dragon. And it's like, what? I don't care that much, and if it pisses off the hand-wringing Puritans we're knee-deep in who are a taint on everything, great. But I personally find it somewhat uncomfortable. Yeah, I find it personally somewhat uncomfortable. That's my hang-up. Everything else looks great, but she is modeled in such a way where, yeah. And to me, that's just, I don't know. I mean, to each their own. Absolutely to each their own. But, yeah, this one, I'm like, ooh, there's a line there. And even if she's not over that line, she can definitely see it from there. You know what I mean? Yeah, those 3,000-year-olds and a 6-year-old body ones are tremendously ick. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's like, this is not 3,000-year-old and a 6-year-old body. But it's uncomfortable. Let's just say I wouldn't even think of buying her a drink. No, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Like, even if I was 20 years younger, right? If I was 20 years younger and I saw that girl leaning against a vending machine, my first reaction would be like, oh, fuck no. Absolutely not. Keep walking. That's just asking for a really, really bad series of events to happen. And I think that's why I draw the line where I'm drawing it, because it's like, well, okay, but what would I do in that situation if I saw somebody like that? I wouldn't touch that when I was 18. Not gonna. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean, right? If I was 18 or 19 and I saw somebody looking like that, leaning against a vending machine or whatever, I'd be like, nope, not even close. That's kind of the issue with Blood Rain. And I'm not saying that Blood Rain is a bad game. The graphics look phenomenal. The combat looks like a lot of fun. But I'm really, really hoping that somebody does the right thing and, I don't know, actually, you know, does some good in the modding community. Maybe. And decides, yeah, you know what? Let's make her a little older. I'm really hoping somebody decides that's a good idea. Nikkei got characters like that, and many don't like them because of it. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I want to see what this is. Why Ro Laren was perfect for Star Trek's new horror game. I want to hear this. This is 15 minutes long, so it's not terrible. Anytime, YouTube, you can do it. I believe in you. Maybe.
Hello, IGN Live! Well, smartest audience here because you are going to see a reveal for the first time here at IGN Live in this room before the rest of the world. If you look up what this game title is online, there's nothing. So you're going to be among the first for unannounced.
No, I totally get it, Sober. I'm usually caught in the middle as well. I get it.
No one knows what IP it could be. But I think you're in for a treat. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, though, because we're just going to show you.
Okay, so we've already been through it.
Oh my gosh, Rolaren has a game. It's happening. I would love to welcome to you all Sean Kittleson and Mike Gambicki to talk about the freshly announced sci-fi thriller we just saw, which is also in the Star Trek universe. Please welcome them.
Which is also in the Star Trek universe. Well, yeah. We know it's in the Star Trek universe because it said Star Trek on it. I mean, I'm really, really hoping it's not in the Farscape universe. Otherwise, someone really fucked up. Crit, what's going on? How you doing?
Star Trek Shadow Frontier.
Yeah.
Try and look it up.
You guys like seeing Rolaren? We have some Michelle Forbes fans in the house.
So, Sean, what is Star Trek Shadow Frontier?
So Star Trek Shadow Frontier is a new single-player, third-person action game from Bloober, the same team behind the Silent Hill 2 remake, and Chronos: The New Dawn, starring Rolaren.
Hell yeah,
Love to
Crit.
see it. Favorite Bajoran.
Hell yeah, that sounds awesome.
Now, what would you describe the genre as?
I would describe the genre as a psychological thriller.
Ooh, okay.
If you like the games that Bloober has made before,
And you survived. That's the important part. So this guy is calling Star Trek Shadow Frontier a a psychological thriller, which is awesome.
if you like a really thrilling survival adventure, this is going to be a game for you. And if you're a Star Trek fan who really wants to dig into the psyche of a character like Rolaren, this game is for you.
Yeah,
we have a future fan in that.
Well, it's really clear from the trailer that you're doing a dark tone, much darker than we traditionally expect from Star Trek. How did this idea come about?
I think this idea came about from Bloober. Mike, do you want to talk a bit about where you guys started with that?
Sure. So, well, you know Bloober, right? We love dark stories. We tell them from 18 years already. So we started with Layers of Fear. We gone on with the medium, and then we figured out that, combination of the two things, so this horror kind of dark storytelling mixed together with such an amazing IP as Star Trek would be just a great match.
Yeah, and I think what we really wanted to see on the Paramount side was, is this team really passionate about Star Trek? Are these true fans? And are they going to bring something that we have not seen in a Star Trek game before? And from the production values that you can see in the trailer to the gameplay itself, this is not a Star Trek game like you've ever played before.
It really looks that way. I mean, the trailer is setting the scene, this new scene, but not necessarily being specific on how the game plays. Could we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, what should we say? What can we say without getting phased?
Oh yeah, well, definitely we don't want to spoil the story, right? And so we want you to discover it yourself. But yes, you'll be playing the role of Rolaren. You'll be stranded on an uncharted planet. Something will lure you to this planet, and soon you will figure out that there is not only a planet itself, but it's a bit of a graveyard of the spaceships, and you need to figure out what happened there. Why are there all wreckages covering this planet? So this is let's say, the beginning of the story, and I'll let you figure out yourself what's next.
And you're going to explore, and you're going to use your tricorder, and you're going to do all the things that you would expect to do in a Star Trek game. So you will get to feel like you are Ro Laren, and you have access to
Nice.
the whole world. Of
That's
Star
cool.
Trek lore.
I like it.
Well, go ahead.
Just say on that what adding to what Sean said, that definitely you will be able to have all these iconic items that Trekkies love, right? So phaser, tricorder, but also we aim to provide you while you play with a lot of these little Easter eggs, items, you know, things that will spark memories from I think the best times of Star Trek. So it's a very great game for Trekkies, for sure. But at the same time, if you're more into this darker, psychological-driven narrative games, you will find something for yourself there too.
And honestly, I think that's kind of a big thing. And again, I know I'm nerding out, but in all honesty, some of the best Star Trek episodes, save for a few, but some of the best Star Trek episodes, and I don't care what series it's in, just so happens to take place in Star Trek, but is not a Star Trek episode. So there's a courtroom episode, there's 2 courtroom episodes in Star Trek that just so happen to be in the Star Trek universe that are fantastic. There's a story about what happens when a good man goes to war. There's like the one we talked about earlier, Sober, with Duet. There's Progress versus Morality. There's like all of these episodes that are really, really, really good, but it's because they are not dealing with Star Trek. They just happen to be in Star Trek. So I can see this working really, really, really well.
Star Trek has dipped its toes into horror before, from the body horror of the Borg to the Voyager episode Macrocosm. Star Trek narratives. What Star Trek narratives does Shadow Frontier draw from?
Well, you mentioned the Borg, and I think I had a lot of nightmares as a kid about being assimilated.
Somebody just threw up in the audience.
First Contact messed with me. So we're definitely channeling a lot of that. But I think a thing that a lot of Star Trek adventures, because there was this rule for many years that there shouldn't be too many interpersonal conflicts between the members of the crew.
Be curious how the fans who like the idealism will feel about this. So, coming from me, and I love almost everything about Trek. Depending on how they play this out, it could be really good. Yeah. Coming from me, who loves almost everything about Star Trek, I feel like one of the best parts about Trek is that they're not afraid to try new things. So you can still have the idealism, but it doesn't necessarily need to come from the main character. So Ro Laren was never a character that had the same kind of idealism like Picard did, or Kirk, or Spock, or like any of the others, right? She was always of the opinion that Starfleet was kind of dragging their feet when it came to the occupation and a bunch of other things. But, to be fair, she also was not exactly wrong. And that was kind of one of the big things about Trek is you can be on the right side of history, but just because you're on the right side of history, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything you do is right, and that there aren't counterpoints to decisions that are made that are just automatically bad because they're on the other side, which is a really, really, really interesting thing. Ro Laren absolutely falls into that 100%. And it's okay to show the darker side of things, at least in the TV shows, the way that they used to run. It's okay to show the darker side of things when necessary to show not necessarily everything is squeaky clean as it looks. There are definitely issues. There are definitely things that still need to be worked out there, but at the same time, just because there are things that need to be worked out doesn't mean that we don't stop striving for the idealism, right? Rolaren is doing her thing, but it's because of her idealism for what she believes in. If that happens to take her to a darker place, that's okay. At least that's how I see it.
Some of the best Star Trek stories are about internal conflicts, like people dealing with deeper issues within themselves and making it through. And in many ways, the strange new worlds that they're exploring are extension of the conflicts that they're dealing with internally. So this story will delve deep into the background of Rolaren and her personal conflicts and really bring those out. That's where the darkness comes from.
Well, Ro has a lot to her. She's the first Bajoran we ever see in the franchise. She's rebellious.
Oh, I agree,
She's got
Crit.
a chip on her shoulder, a huge one. Where does this occur in the timeline?
Good question.
I don't know if we can say specific.
I can tell you, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say this takes place between the events of All Good Things and Star Trek Generations. I'd fuck with some Zero-G like the OG movies. Yeah, fair. That's what I'm going to say. This takes place between All Good Things, the events of All Good Things, which was the series finale, and Star Trek Generations. And I know that because of the comm badge, and I also know that because Rolaren looks older in this. She doesn't look like the young Rolaren that was on the Enterprise in TNG. So she's been through some shit, and that's all well and fine. And we also know that previous to her showing up in TNG, she was in a penal colony. Simple as that. So it either has to take place before she gets thrown into prison, or it has to take place between the events of All Good Things and Star Trek Generations because of the comm badge that she grabs at the end of the trailer. That's just how it is. Unless they totally fluff this, it'll be a day one play for me, probably. Oh, this will definitely be a day one play for me as well. The only other place that I could see this being is post Nemesis. That's literally the only other place that I could see this, because in Picard season 3, she does come back. And that could also justify her looking a little older here, which is all well and fine, because she does look a little older. Obviously, Michelle Forbes has aged. And that's not a slight against her. It's just, it happens. It's gotten older. People get older. And now all of a sudden Rolaren is back in Starfleet in Picard season 3. So it could be anywhere between post Nemesis and Picard season 3. We don't know, but those would be my 3 educated guesses. Been uncharacteristically tetchy this past week, but otherwise fine. Yeah, it's been a week. It has definitely been a week.
Without spoiling, but I can say, you might see some iconic places in the game here and there, and it will take place far enough past some of the stories that you know and love that we will be citing and referencing those things. But what I can absolutely say is that we're also going to make sure that this game is very accessible to Trek fans who haven't watched all of Next Generation or Voyager or other series. We want to make sure that if this is your first time meeting Rolaren, you are going to walk away a Rolaren fan, and you're going to want to know more about her by watching all of those episodes. And if you do love Rolaren and you've been following her for years, then one, this is Michelle Forbes giving a tour de force performance. This is the Rolaren spotlight game that everyone's always wanted. And I think you're going to get to know this character on a level like you've never seen before.
That's cool.
What made her perfect for this story?
I mean, Michelle Forbes, perfect for any story.
That's totally fair.
Well, you know, Ro was played by Michelle, and that performance was one of the beloved elements of by the community, right? So we immediately thought she's a great character for a psychological, deep, you know, dark adventure game. So definitely. And then I'm talking a bit more about the timeline, that this is a very standalone, independent story, right? So definitely we are going to explore lots of themes from Ro past. So if you know her past and you know that she had tons of adventures, then you will have this connection with that character by exploring this element in the overall narration of the game. So.
Okay, so very interesting, and that eliminates one thing from the timeline. It does not take place before she goes to prison.
So this is a lot about her dealing with her, how it's called, skeletons, right, in her closet a little bit there?
Yep. If she's dealing with skeletons in her closet, then this takes place either post-Nemesis, either in between post-Nemesis and Picard Season 3, or in between All Good Things and Generations.
But also exploring some of the consequences of the decisions she made in the past.
Yep.
Yeah, it's about her coming to terms with her own identity and dealing with the shame and regret and the, as Mike mentioned, the choices that she's made that she now has to reconcile.
Yeah. With a loss as well, right?
A loss?
But I can't tell you more, sorry.
I'm just going to keep asking them the same questions in different ways until we find out.
Chipping away.
Well, in the trailer, one of the first things Ro brushes aside in Zero Gravity is a baseball. That's a familiar motif. Is that a cheeky reference to Captain Sisko or another reference to Deep Space Nine?
We can neither confirm nor deny.
So that's a yes.
But I think sharp-eyed fans who want to go through frame by frame will find an awful lot of Easter eggs in this trailer.
Yep.
Oh, really? Almost as if I'd like you to play it again in the background.
Definitely we encourage all the fans to share your thoughts with us, right? Like, go and analyze that trailer. There is for sure something hidden in it, and would love to see who guesses that first.
Wow.
There's something hidden in it.
Michelle Forbes. We have had surprise cameos in Star Trek games before. Could we expect any other friendly faces to show up? I mean, Michael Dorn is available. He could do it.
I'm sensing a wish list.
No, I don't know.
We can neither confirm nor deny. But I can say, I think for Star Trek fans, if you've been waiting for a AAA Star Trek game, congratulations.
Yeah, it's about damn time as well, by the way. The last time we had anything that could even be considered a AAA game was like 1992.
You're getting one, and hopefully this is just the beginning of a whole lot of AAA Star Trek for the fans who've been waiting patiently. You deserve to get more.
Well, I mean, tell me more about that. I was told that, you know, this is a AAA, but is there more to come from Paramount?
So Paramount Games, we just announced our new division, and our mission is to bring Star Trek and other Paramount franchises to games at the best possible quality, partnering with the best possible talent in games. So that means working with teams like Bloober, who you're all obviously excited about a new Bloober game, right? So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the teams who are passionate about franchises like Star Trek. We're looking for teams who would be making a great game even without a franchise like Star Trek. And when you bring Star Trek and Bloober together, you get an amazing combination that is going to have an undeniable effect.
Do you mean from a studio or for Trek? Oh, I mean from a studio. So, you have, in terms of Star Trek games that I like, okay, because the rest, and I've played all of them, they're there's quite a few. There's Star Trek 25th Anniversary. There's Star Trek Judgment Rights. There's Star Trek The Next Generation of Final Unity. There's Star Trek The Next Generation for Sega Genesis. There's Star Trek Deep Space Nine Crossroads of Time for the Genesis. And then there's this and then you have Star Trek Voyager Elite Force. You have Star Trek Elite Force 2, and then after that there wasn't really much until 2010 when they did the Kelvin Timeline video game, which was awful. And then you had Star Trek Resurgence, which I played on stream. And then you had the Star Trek Voyager one that I played not long ago. And now you have this one. Those are all the ones that I like. But out of all of the... and Armada and Armada 2. But having said that, in terms of budget that is big enough to actually bring the full scope of what people want, Star Trek 25th Anniversary, Star Trek Judgment Rights, Next Gen for Genesis, Deep Space Nine for Genesis, Deep Space Nine for Genesis, TNG A Final Unity, and then that's really about it. Everything else, much as I liked a lot of other things, everything else in one way, shape, or form skimped on something and felt very cash grabby in a lot of ways. Even Bridge Commander. Bridge Commander was fun, don't get me wrong, and there are people that play Bridge Commander even to this day, but it felt like they cut a lot of corners, for sure. Same thing with the 2009 one, but that's the Kelvin Timeline, and I don't like the Kelvin Timeline anyway, because that's just a whole bag of shit. And honestly, the game itself was not very good anyway, so who cares? Resurgence was really good, but I can't remember the team behind it, but the people who made Resurgence do not have AAA money. It was a really good game, but it does not, they don't have AAA money. They never did. The people behind the Voyager one that I played, again, did really, really, really well, but again, did not have AAA money. So they did a fantastic job, but it was not AAA money that they were using. So this is the first one since the early 90s that we've had that has had AAA money, which is really, really nice. Finally. Bridge Commander seemed like it was not bad. Shame, because I think it could have been really good. Bridge Commander was fun. It was a lot of fun. The thing with Bridge Commander is it's weird stuff. And to an extent, I can understand the justification, but I don't fully agree with it. So, for instance, you are the commander on the bridge of a starship, right? That sounds pretty cool. Now, you can do fighting and stuff like that one of two ways. You can either do it from sitting in the captain's chair on the bridge, and you order all the different officers and everything like that to do what you need them to do, and that's really cool. Or you can basically hit a button and now you're controlling the ship from the outside, and you get to control the phasers and all that stuff through the keyboard mapping and all that stuff. Great. Except, guess what you can't do? You cannot get up out of your damn seat and walk around. The one thing that everybody wants to do, you can't. Why? They didn't have the budget to do it. Like, that was the one thing. Everybody was like, oh, God, it'd be so cool. And you're sitting there, and everything is 3D modeled, and, like, it looks, even for the time, like, even now, it still looks pretty decent for what it's supposed to be. And you're sitting there and go, oh, man, I'd love to just walk up to one of these consoles and look at all the controls and see what they do, and, like, all this. And nope, you can't do it. You are stuck in that chair. Period. So it's either view on the bridge, or view of the bridge from inside, from the captain's chair, or you get to pilot, or you get to control the ship from the outside. And controlling the ship from the outside is a lot of fun. It really, really is. But yeah, you can't get up out of your seat whatsoever and actually, like, walk around and check out the bridge.
Michael, you got anything you want to add to that?
Oh, yeah, for us it's a huge privilege, first of all, to work on such an iconic sci-fi brand, and bringing our kind of expertise in this dark storytelling to it is even more exciting, right? Because then suddenly we are open to create something that is already very well known, right? But we can add something from ourselves to it. There's nothing better for an artist, right, to commit to something that is already a part of a pop culture, of an icon. So all the team is extremely excited. We did study all the lore, and the documentation is amazing. Like just a couple of days ago, I've seen the full manual for Tricoder in our office, layering all the buttons and stuff, and that's amazing stuff. And you'll find that all in our game. So extremely excited to see that.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be a goldmine for Trek fans to explore, and around every corner see something and say, I know that.
Yep, I'll be doing that.
If you're not as familiar with Trek lore, this is just a great adventure game, and it's something that you're going to be able to play and get into the story and come away, I think, a bigger Star Trek fan than you were when you started.
Play with a big fan and have them point at everything the entire time. That's what I'm going to do.
No, that's that.
Fan.
Don't do that.
It might be a group of us all being equally as excited. I have one question I have to ask you, though. When can we play Star Trek Shadow Frontier?
Mike, do you want to do the honors?
All right, so be ready for that. It's not that long, so we expect it coming in 2027.
So you won't have to wait too long, folks. It's coming next year.
Nice.
I'm very excited for this. I thank you guys so much for bringing your reveal here to IGN Live and sharing it with this lovely audience.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, IGN, and thank you, all of you. And hey, to all the fans out there, get ready. Engage.
All right, thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your IGN Live.
Have a great one, folks.
Okay. Totally fair. Totally fair. So, yeah. It looks really, really, really good. It does. Star Trek Shadow Frontier. Yeah, this is straight from Paramount, but I don't want to... Hang on. Okay, she's running.
I'm out there.
Klingon ship, Klingon ship, Klingon ship.
I can feel myself slipping.
I'm gonna say Gorn. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the plant shit is, but at least for this and the thing we saw through the window, I'm gonna say Gorn.
I think it might be too late.
We got a tricorder. We've got the 3D chess, baseball. Hang on. Okay, that's dirt. Chess piece. That's Picard's coffee cup.
There is no coming back from this.
This right here is Star Trek 3. Yes, Star Trek 3. They used this hypospray to they used this hypospray on McCoy when they were getting when they were getting him ready to travel. When they were breaking him out of jail to get him ready to travel to Genesis. You're just making this, I swear to God. Swear to God.
This time, you have to let me go.
Hang on.
This time.
I don't know what this is. I was hoping to see a little bit more of it, like maybe there was something like a loop here, and then it would come back down and just be a mirror of this, because if it was, I would say that's the game that took over the Enterprise D, but I mean that's way too blurry, and I'm not seeing anything over on this side.
You have to let me go. Ro. Lara.
That is not going to happen.
Okay. Now, let me see. And again, we know this is 24th century, so it can't... So actually, yeah. So it's still not out of the realm of possibility that this isn't 25th century, because this ship could be old. But this is 24th century LCARS, so next generation era. Well, next gen DS9 and Voyager era, I should say. Let me see.
On the off chance you're hearing this.
There's nothing to really get from here. Again, nothing to really get from here. Because it's all action, right? So everything is like blurry and distorted. This right here, I want to say it very well could be Gorn. But we are not on the same ship in this shot. The window itself is very Klingon as well. So I'm thinking, especially with these supports, this is probably a D7. Yeah, this is probably a D7. It could be a Vorcha, but it's probably a D7.
I'm out there. In the dark. I can feel myself slip.
Hang on.
I can.
What is that? See, it's really tough because everything's like blurry, but I wanted to know what that was, and I can't for the life of me figure it out.
Myself slipping.
And they give you just enough to barely recognize that you got the Starfleet Delta here, which, fair. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. So, either it's an older ship. I told you, I'm really good at this. Either this is an older ship, or this does not take place post-Nemesis, or between post-Nemesis and Picard Season 3. So this would be sometime in between All Good Things and Generations. And I say that because, and it's really, really, really hard to see, but this Delta right here has the DS9 and Voyager squares on either side of it, and the one that she picks up in the room is the TNG era. Which means that this emblem here is what's being used as a comm badge throughout the ship and for the crew, and the one that she picks up in the room is an older one.
I think it might be too late.
There's also a phaser right here. I wish I could see what all this crap was over here, but I can't.
There is no coming back from this. This time, you have to let me go.
So, yeah, I'm going to go, it's between All Good Things and Generations. Sometime in between there, maybe even as far ahead as post First Contact. That's what I'm going with. That's what I am going with.
Lara. That is not going to happen.
Also, this is a neat little thing too. This is supposed to be basically the contours of the earring that she wears. As you can now clearly see over here. So yeah, there's a lot in this. Now, as to what secret they're talking about, I couldn't tell you. God damn. Dude, I am the Star Trek fan. I'm telling you, I am the Star Trek fan. I know more about Star Trek than most people forget about most things. Like, it's one of those deals where everybody's like, how the fuck do you know that? And it's like, I mean, I watched a shit ton of Trek. Still do. So, yeah. I mean, there's a ton of stuff, but this looks great. This really, really does look great. I'm thinking, at the very least, there's Gorn. We know for a fact that there's a Starfleet ship. We know for a fact that there's at least one Klingon ship, possibly two. So I'm thinking D7 and Vorcha. Definitely not a Burrell, or a bird of prey, I should say. So definitely like the big hulking cruisers, but definitely not a bird of prey. I'm thinking it's the Gorn, at least to an extent. The plants, I have no idea. Or what look like plants, those tendril things, I have no clue. There is one other thing, which is right at the beginning. And again, they did say that this is an uncharted planet, so these tendril things could literally be anything. This is what I'm interested in, but I'm thinking this is supposed to be her ship. Like, whatever ship it is that she came in on, because they did say it brings her to this uncharted planet, and part of the deal is trying to figure out what happened. So, fair enough. This very well could just be her ship. I don't know what it is, because it's pretty askew, it's pretty far out, and it's pretty blurry. But there's also the very distinct possibility that it's just ship that they made up for the game itself, and it's, you know, unknowable transport ship, right? Or civilian courier ship or whatever. Fair enough, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. Yeah, not seeing much of anything else.
On the off chance you're hearing this.
Oh, no, actually, I am seeing something else, and it's not even seeing, it's putting it together. She's running down the corridor, right? Well, she's running down the corridor, and she also doesn't have an EVA suit on. So if she doesn't have an EVA suit on, that means either A, she took off said EVA suit once she got in here, which would be kind of stupid, because if you needed an EVA suit, you'd probably just leave it on, because it's a bitch to get on and off. And then on top of that, if you're going to be running, why would you put yourself in a position where you need an EVA suit, which is really big and clunky? So if she doesn't need one, then that means that the planet is at least habitable, may not be the best for life, but it means that it's habitable, which means that there's gravity on it, which, again, I don't know why there'd be no gravity in that room, because even if the power was off, the fact that there's gravity on the planet itself would make sure that there's gravity inside the corridors and inside the room. I don't know what these are. I have no idea what these hanging things are. No clue. I'd have to look more into it, but for the life of me, I have no idea. But these orange things right here, that also looks like, coolant for the matter-antimatter reaction chamber, which would be in the center of these two things in the reactor pit, which is what this room behind this window could presumably be.
I'm out there. In the dark.
So yeah, and as far as, well, there's a Bajoran phaser, I don't know what, I think that's a belt. So yeah, that's all I'm getting out of it. That's really all I'm getting out of it. I could probably go more in depth if I really wanted to, and break it down frame by frame, you know, and like literally take each frame and dump it into Photoshop and clear it up and everything, but that's way too much effort for probably at this point not a whole lot of payoff. I think I got all the major stuff. I really do. Plus, it's coming out next year. For me, this is going to be a day one. This will absolutely be a day one for me. I can tell you that right now. It's done by Bloober. I played a lot of Bloober games. Had a ton of fun with all of them. It's my favorite franchise of all time. You can bet your ass I'm playing this day one. 100% I'm going to be playing this day one. For sure. So, yeah, that's all there is to it, right? Do one more check here. Let's go here. Did they add anything else? Oh, Cordura. IGN Indie Loop Live, day 1. 19 minutes of exclusive gameplay for Blood Message. That's cool. Blood Message, next massive action game. Blood Message does look really, really good. Vampire Survivors, they have a new DLC coming out. They call it an accidental DLC, which is kind of funny. Hold Fast Revolution, so it takes place during the American Revolution. I said this before when we saw this in Future Game Show. The only issue I have with Hold Fast Revolution and any of the Hold Fast games is for a period of time until everybody kind of gets their crap together and they form like light RP groups and they come up, they make their own servers and whatnot. It's going to be a disaster on voice because people are going to be spamming crap left, right, and center. People are going to be saying some not so nice things left, right, and center, and everything else. And it's just going to ruin it for a while. Again, unless you get in with those groups that do RP. So if you're an American soldier, fair enough. If you're a British soldier, again, fair enough. And that's all well and fine. But yeah, the pub servers are gonna just absolutely suck. Because they always do. Let's see. After 60 years, what's next for Trek? Who's she talking to? Let's find out.
Welcome back. If you were here earlier today, maybe you saw Star Trek Frontier, Shadow Frontier. Well, this is a huge year for Star Trek. It is, of course, the 60th anniversary. Who makes it to 60? Star Trek.
Doctor Who.
IDW Publishing is going all out for the anniversary of Star Trek. Joining us to preview what's next on the Final Frontier are some of the most highly decorated Starfleet officers from the world of Star Trek comic books. Christopher Cantwell, Jerry Dugan, Colin Kelly, and Jackson Lansing. Welcome to IGN Live. Hi. Ah! Hi. Hey.
Pumping this.
We're so happy to have you all here talking about Trek.
Thank you for having us. Right, guys?
Do we got some Trek fans in the audience?
Yeah.
Star Trek. I really feel like we'd be talking about Star Trek anyway, so it's good that we're doing it here.
For our jobs. Chris, so many fans have wanted a spin-off of Picard Season 3 featuring the crew of...
No, we really didn't. I can tell you that right now. The only thing that would literally give us any sort of comfort is if we ended up with Star Trek Legacy, which we're not going to get.
The Enterprise G. And now you're getting the chance to tell those stories. What is your prime directive with Star Trek #1?
Well, yeah, so we're doing Star Trek #1. We get to be the Enterprise story for the 60th anniversary, which is pretty cool. It's me and Dennis Menier, who's the artist, and it takes place 5 years after Picard. So we leave some space there in case Terry Matalas or whoever wanted to come back and do something with the cast or do what happens to them. So we're a little deeper into Seven's mission, Jack's mission, and we're kind of picking them up a little bit more seasoned.
Okay. Problem right off the bat. It's a comic. So it doesn't matter. Star Trek is notorious for this. If it does not take place in a movie and it does not take place in a TV show, it is not canon And even though the books and comics have been good, they are not canon. Therefore, Terry Metalis, the people over at Paramount, or whatever, can still do whatever the fuck they want. And will.
You know, I would say that. So my prime directive is, my prime directive would be, it's all new. It's looking forward. There's not a lot of winks and nods. There's some Nepo babies on board.
Okay.
Right? There's 3 Nepo babies, but like everything
That's
else
true.
is like Brave New World. We're just moving into the...
The 3 Nepo babies would be Jack Crusher, Sidney LaForge, and who's the third one? Jack Crusher, Sidney LaForge. Who's the third? I don't know who the third would be. Yeah, I have no idea.
To the unknown galaxy. That's what we want to do with the book.
That's an extremely Star Trek answer.
Okay, good.
Jerry, can you break down the premise of Red Shirts, Ghost of the 21st Century? Beyond that, we're continuing Red Shirts, which is
Look at that.
horrifying.
Look at that cover.
Yes, so Red Shirts was an incredible opportunity to come and have some fun with the story that Chris and his collaborators told. They left an incredible gift behind in the form of a turncoat in Starfleet. And so we are having a lot of fun with, there's Miller. He is, I guess I can spoil the end of your book. There's an expiration date, right? He's a Romulan spy. And so what Chris and his collaborators did in that first series broke your heart with every Red Shirt death. And we are going to make you thrilled. There is a problem in Starfleet. He's the Rot, and we have 2 new heroes that are going to help right the ship in Starfleet. Very violent.
I love the art for Red Shirts.
Oh my
I would
gosh.
hang it in my house, but it's too scary.
Yes, Scott Boncristiano and I did a horror book, and the schedules aligned that we could come back around and do this with Heather Antos, who is editing all the Trek books. She and I have Deadpool in common. She was one of my Deadpool editors. So we're used to breaking skulls together. It's a lot of fun.
And there is said skull. Colin and Jackson, now that Captain Kirk lives again in the last starship, what's the hardest part of writing for him? I mean, he is pretty iconic with Star Trek. Are there dangers into bringing someone like Kirk back?
Absolutely, there are dangers.
Well, that's I think 2 very different questions. Because the first one, genuinely, I think maybe it's just that we've been on Star Trek for a long enough time now that about 7.5 years ago when we started, it was on Star Trek Year 5, which was the 5th year of the 5-year mission. It was doing that final season of TOS that they never got. And the first thing we discovered in writing that, I was about to say writing that show, because it felt like writing a show, was that Kirk and Spock and Bones and those voices lived in our heads already. We were surprised how much those characters just kind of came out very naturally. Then we, took a long detour doing the Star Trek Ongoing and Defiant with Chris for the last few years. So when we came back to do our last Star Trek book for a while, Last Starship, we wanted to anchor it in a character who felt more comfortable for us to write, one who we really knew, because everything else in Last Starship was going to be brand new. Book takes place in, effectively about 100 years before the last season, or the third season of Discovery, during this thing called the Burn, where most of the galaxy is obliterated by this huge kind of unexplainable scientific event.
BRB, I hope trying to fix Bluetooth. No worries.
Characters who are going through the worst trauma of their lives. And so it would be really nice to have one character around that we felt very comfortable with, that fans could feel comfortable with, who they could anchor to. And Kirk became that for us.
Yeah, when we first started, we had a...
Yeah. I mean, I get it. It's a comic, so who cares, right? I'm neither one way or another. It's a difficult thing. Like, I understand why they're doing it. Kirk's iconic. Everybody knows who Captain Kirk is. Fair enough. So, sure, for a comic, I get it, but I hope they don't do anything like this in a TV show or movie. I really, really don't.
Phrase, when in doubt, Kirk. right? Because always, Kirk actually is the core of all of those original TOS episodes. And as for how to write him, you know, you just think of Bill Shatner. Literally think of Bill Shatner in the role, and you think, well, would he allow Leonard Nimoy to have all these lines? Like, no, he would gobble up the scenery. And the neat thing there is that Kirk, when in doubt, Kirk is not the Kirk we're going to find 850 years in the future. Because now that he was that man who was there at the birth of the Federation, he is now here at its death. So every time, all of his instincts are the instincts of a man out of time who is holding on to something that is falling apart in his hands. His entire legacy is burning.
It makes a really exciting opportunity, I think, to revisit a character that's become so iconic, that feels kind of like he's stuck in amber, and say, okay, let's break the amber. Let's fully crash that out, and let's see what happens when this new version of Kirk, this effectively cloud of Borg nanites in the shape of Captain Kirk, has
God
to
damn
decide
it.
whether or not it is James Kirk or not.
Okay, so again, nerding out. So they're taking they're taking something from the Shatnerverse, which was that, at least for a time, Captain Kirk was brought back after the events of Star Trek Generations by the Borg. Now, the story there, is it the best story in the world? No, but it's decent enough to sit there and read for a day or two. It's not a long read at all. And it was written in conjunction with Shatner and Judith and Garfield Reeves-Stevens. So, fair enough. It was a good story. It was made for Captain Kirk. That's all well and fine. I just personally feel like the Borg are played out at this point. They keep bringing the Borg back, but they're beating a dead horse. And I don't know. I would have liked some other way. I understand why they're doing it. They're doing their own thing, and that's fine. But to me, it's just like, okay.
Who is he? What is he underneath all of that? Who is he truly inspired to be? What does this galaxy need from him? And that question is what sustains The Last Starship issue to issue.
Well, aren't those classic Star Trek questions? What am I? What constitutes me?
What makes me human? Exactly. It's I think the characters that always really that we responded to, and certainly I think people will notice this out of our Star Trek ongoing series, are the Spocks and the Datas, the characters who are really having to understand what it means to be human. And so yeah, our kind of magic trick on this book was, let's just bring that conflict right over to Captain Kirk and see what that comes out with.
We're really bummers. We're good luck.
What?
Good. You have fun with Star Trek? We're going to ruin that.
Yeah, good luck, Starfleet.
Yeah.
It's our job to break hearts.
Are you going to kill them all, Chris?
What?
Are you going to end Starfleet?
Are we going to end Starfleet? We can't, because it ends in your thoughts.
Oh yeah, nice. We already called that.
We're
Gotcha, Chris.
We're in the good old days. Back over here post Picard.
Yeah.
Right, when everything is fine and there's never a problem.
Everything's great. I did pitch this book as a psychological thriller about what it means to explore things you don't understand.
Yeah.
So it's there's some not fun, but there's also lots of fun.
Sounds pretty Trek
It's
to me.
always fun, even when we're trying to kill what we love.
Yes, you got to kill what you love and have a great time doing it.
You don't have to.
I think that's one of the great things about Star Trek. Star Trek does have a burden of telling, to some degree, socially responsible and interesting stories. Stories that reflect what is going on in the real world through the lens of science fiction. That was Roddenberry's core sort of framework when he started this.
That's true.
It's always become our core framework across our books. And I think in each of these books, we're probably doing that to some, small or large degree. And unfortunately, I don't know if you guys have looked outside lately, but the world's kind of a bummer. So trying to find ways to make the world that is such a bummer understandable and processable through the lens of Starfleet, I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Didn't fix IR back. Well, welcome back.
Engaging and like it's opening up a new level of Star Trek for us all.
Well, you got to earn that utopia, and you got to keep earning it every day you wake up. I think that's the Star Trek that we all have in all of our books, where it's like you got to kind of just, you got to test it, you got to beat the crap out of it, and then make sure it's still standing by the end. And I will say, in Star Trek history, things got a lot worse from the 21st century before they got way better. Most of us won't survive World War III or the eugenics wars. But any of you in the audience, maybe your bloodline will survive and you'll end up in Starfleet, only to have it burn again 850 years later. So it's an ebb and flow.
Any babies named Zephram Cochrane in the audience? Any Zephram Cochrane
that guy's gonna
babies?
be fine.
I don't know about you, Chris. I am a genetically perfect being.
Right. You're a Noonien Singh of the panel. Yes, exactly. I would say if there is a Zephram Cochrane in the audience, though, lay off the hooch. You'll get there a lot faster.
Well, I do love that you're all roundtabling before I formally ask you.
Sorry, we jumped to the
No,
round
I
table.
like this. But while we, if we could look at the exclusive art again.
Oh,
I should
yeah.
point out.
Throw up
these
that
are
art.
Exclusive
Look at that.
covers and artwork.
So speaking of the ghost of the 21st century, is
That's really good.
That cover's so sick.
It's so cool. The Romulan. Oh, there we go.
shit,
so
dude, God.
so if we see that page right there, we see the spy masters in the Romulan Empire, and they preferred the Federation before they really embraced that socialist utopia. So the ghost of the 21st century is capitalism that they're trying to re-inject into Earth.
Nice.
Via Miller. And so, yeah, that's talking about fighting for a future. That's what we do in Starfleet. That's the fun that we're
The
having.
Romulans are like, give them money.
Yeah,
And they'll destroy themselves.
Yeah. Give.
Remember how I was saying about how Kirk needs to figure out whether or not he's James Kirk?
Yeah.
He's James Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
He met a beautiful
There
lady
he
and he
is.
kissed her.
I'm
James Kirk.
listening.
That's
I'm not just
beautiful.
looking.
You can hear the
so
sound
this-
that Bill Shatner would be making in that last panel, too.
This is Hernan Gonzalez, who's an artist who's coming in just for Arc 3 of The Last Starship. Most of The Last Starship, if you're reading it, has very iconic art by a guy named Adrian Bonilla, really incredible Spaniard. But we knew we were heading into a book that was going to need the touch of cosmic horror. It was going to be something a lot closer to a Lovecraftian story, and I don't mean that by there's a lot of tentacles, but more in that same thing Chris was saying about looking at the unknown and trying not to go mad by looking at it. And so we went out and we found Hernan, who has never done an American comic book before. This is his very first. It's his American debut, and he came in and immediately just slayed it.
Just crushed it.
Yeah.
I love the Sulu art.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, those last few pages were from the 60th anniversary issue. That's
We'll get back
We'll
around.
get to it. We'll get to it. Yeah, it's going to cycle through everybody.
I want to actually, as we're doing this, it's useful to say, to shout out Heather Antos, the editor on this book.
Yes.
Because when we all came on this book originally, Colin and I think, are the only guys here who were on Star Trek prior to Heather. And I'll tell you, truthfully, the way that these comics have evolved under Heather Antos' leadership, the way that they have been able to create comics that break the mold, that do things that are not just simple adaptations of the shows, that have created art that allows for comics artists of all kinds of backgrounds
See,
and all kinds of really
that looks really, really, really good. That looks really good.
interesting styles to come in and do what they. This was an impossibility even 6-7 years ago. What she has managed to do, the fact that Dennis Mihir is the core artist of Star Trek #1, and the art that he's producing is as groundbreaking as it is, that's a huge triumph to what Heather has built on Star Trek, and I think we're all very proud to be a part of it.
Totally agree.
I do have a question for the group, and this is very open-ended.
No,
Is
this
there an
isn't live.
episode
This actually took place probably the better part of about 7-8 hours ago, something like that. So we're just going through it because we watched the Future Game Show earlier, and this is just basically the tail end of what was missed
any Star Trek
through
series
IGN
that
Live.
best exemplifies where you hope to take the franchise as it moves forward the 60th year and beyond?
I've got mine.
I'll just go to my two favorite episodes. There are two episodes that I think really kind of lay the ends of the spectrum for Trek for me, which are help me out.
I got you.
Darmok Enchilada
Describe it.
No. It's
I got you.
It's the first Romulan episode. Come on.
Balance of Terror.
Yeah.
First Romulan.
Balance of Terror.
Balance of Terror, which
Yeah.
is really kind of like a U-boat, military fiction, ships.
One of the best episodes of Star Trek ever.
lurking
True.
each other, captains
He's got a
realize, that they're more similar.
They do seem to take some liberties with the comics. The problem is like, and this is kind of why Star Trek is like anything outside of the TV show or movies is not considered canon. It's because it's done by Star Trek fans who are like uber Star Trek fans. And there's kind of a give and take. So Star Trek fans, for instance, they can tell you as much as I can't, but you see this like white stripe, right? They can tell you how long this white stripe is and how it goes over the lapel flap, and they can also tell you how far back it goes and exactly how far down on the shoulder the fastener is for it. But the other problem too is that it's like, well, we want to explore this, we want to explore that, we want to do all these things. And although, yeah, when you're, 12, sure, that's really fun, absolutely. But at the same time, you run into the problem of now all of a sudden, well, I mean, it makes sense, so it's canon, when it just isn't, right? And then when the rug gets pulled out from under them and they go, oh shit, it really isn't canon, it kind of leaves a sour taste in their mouth. And it's they did the same thing with Star Wars too, right? So Trek is not the only one to do this. But because of all that, they go out on these like limbs that sometimes you just don't need to go to.
Similar than different, right? Which has some of that sci-fi undertone. And then the next gen episode, Inner Light, which I think is one of the most beautiful science fiction stories ever, which is the way a civilization is reaching out that is totally unknown and touches the mind and heart of another person across the universe. To such a level of deep empathy and how this civilization that's gone makes Picard live a whole life and have a whole family that he never happens, even though he's unconscious on the bridge for 20 minutes. That to me is like absolutely perfect.
Such a great sci-fi
Yes,
story.
where it's a crucible. Both are crucibles, but there's understanding on the other sides of those crucibles. And I think that's just, even though some of these books are pretty intense at times, I think they're all the crucibles are getting tougher, right? And so, but
Okay, except I can ruin the Inner Light for this guy. And I can do it really, 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 really quick. In the Inner Light, Picard at the end, actually at the beginning and at the end, is playing a flute. I don't think it's a flute. I think it's actually a piccolo. Problem is, Patrick Stewart can't play the piccolo. So he starts off and they typically have like two shots, but there's one scene in particular where he's playing and you see him bring the piccolo up to his mouth and it's clearly him holding it. And then there's a close-up shot after they cut away to the other person that's in the room with him, but they cut away from him and he starts playing the music. And then they cut back, and it's somebody else's hands playing the piccolo. So now, in that particular episode, the only thing that can be seen, and your mind has to kind of make it up, because you can only see somebody else's hands holding it the way that they should, is that in order for that to have actually worked, that means that there is a guy that is laying down with his head next to Patrick Stewart's crotch, playing the piccolo upside down above him, while Picard blows into the piccolo.
on the other side of that is still the hope and the dream that things can get better. And we have to hold on to that, right? And the characters have to hold on to that.
I love that your answer as a writer is, yeah, the one where the guy gets to take a 20-minute nap and have a whole other life.
He dreams up something amazing and then wakes up and has lunch.
He still has deadlines.
Yes.
Jerry, what's yours?
This is not the title of the episode, but Darmok and Jalad.
It's just called Darmok.
He beat me to it. It's literally just called Darmok.
Yes. So, that one stuck with me. Was that
with the great Paul Winfield?
Ron Moore episode? I don't want to miss it. It was someone else, but that was one I rewatched immediately. I tape Trek all the time, and to show how to go forth and explore, right, which is the absolute imperative of Starfleet. To me, that was the singular one that means, I think, the most to me.
Boldly go.
Yeah. I can't recall the title on this one. It might just be called The Wedding, but it's The Wedding of Worf and Jadzia Dax on.
Oh no, that one is You Are Cordially Invited.
S9.
Oh, what is that called?
I think that story.
It's literally called You Are Cordially Invited. I know that one.
Fan, as a story about someone who has been dealing.
You are cordially invited.
Thank you. You are
there you
cordially
go.
Invited. It's an incredible story about someone who has so much problems accessing their feelings, but learning that for the power of love, you need to open your heart because two Klingon hearts cannot be defeated. And I think the love between Worf and Jadzia is so true and real that it transcends science fiction. It is just how you find love and how you shape yourself to the people you love despite the circumstances. And I think that love for each other is also really one of the keys to Star Trek. It's not just about looking out, it's about looking around.
Which is fair, except two Klingon hearts can absolutely be beaten, mostly because you had Bashir and O'Brien at the very end walk up with what are essentially like foam. They're like gladiator sticks from like American Gladiator, but they're smaller so that they're a little bit more manageable. And then they just kick the ever-living crap out of the two of them. You don't see it, but you hear it. After it cuts to black and the credits roll, you just hear this thump, 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 and they're just like beating Jadzia and Worf with these sticks.
Colin, you bring
love,
up
beautiful love.
You bring up Klingon hearts. How many chambers does a Klingon heart have?
Oh, I knew someone was
Has 8.
gonna ask this.
8-chambered heart, 2 sets of lungs, backup organs for each single organ, and yes, Klingons do have 2 of everything.
Looked it up and then I forgot it.
What was that?
How many
chambers?
Sorry, not 2 of everything. They have a redundancy for everything.
Oh, I don't know. You're the one writing the medical Klingon book.
Isn't it 4? Is it 8?
I think it's 8.
It's
100 chambers.
yeah, no, it's an 8-chambered heart because the human heart is 4 chambers. They have an 8-chambered heart.
8.
It's 8 because there's 2. Yeah, I think that's
If one of you can correct Chris, you get a free comic book.
I'll call out mine, which I think is just returning back to the bummer of it all. You guys all gave really uplifting, nice answers that really typify Star Trek. I think, just to be super honest, the thing that we have been doing with Star Trek on Last Starship is really engaging with the part of it that one of my favorite episodes, In the Pale Moonlight.
Oh, that's a good one.
9 episode
Yes.
that starts. It's one of the only episodes that full on breaks the fourth wall.
Yes.
It starts with Sisko sitting down to confess to you
His sins.
Not
Yeah.
only has he
That was a good one.
Party to a murder, but he's been party to a lying about that.
Arrhythmia's got to be a bitch for a Klingon. Well, that's the thing. So Klingons typically don't have stuff like that, because their body chemistry is made up to the point where, because of evolution and because of the planet that they started out on, the body itself has evolved over time to basically be a tank, right? So, you know, I mean, we have to deal with arrhythmia, we have to deal with heart palpitations, we have to deal with heart attacks, and we have to deal with all this other stuff. They typically don't, because there were so many other things on the planet when they started out on Kronos that could literally just outright kill them, whether it be environmental, whether it be animal or plant or whatever, that literally their bodies are just tanks. That's what they are.
Murder in order to pull the Romulans into the Dominion War. And at the end of the episode, he looks the viewer dead in the eye.
And he goes, I can deal with it. I can deal with it.
I know it was wrong, but if I had to do it all over again, I absolutely would. And then he drinks a whiskey and toasts the audience and erases the record.
Yep.
And to this day, I go back to that episode as a real sort of typifying and defining moment of my journey as a young person watching Star Trek, where that was the moment at which Star Trek turned to me and said, it can't always be easy.
True.
It can't always be about understanding. It can't always be about reaching out the other hand.
True.
Sometimes things get complicated. They get hard. You have to start making choices about what you're willing to do and how far you're willing to go. And I think ultimately that prompt, 25 odd years later, that seed of an idea became what we have been doing in The Last Starship for the past 8 episodes. Is genuinely the entire universe is going to tell you that the Federation is dead. How far are you willing to go to make sure it's not? How far are you in your own heart, in the hearts of the people around you, in the missions that you're willing to take, in the ways you're willing to recontextualize it? And I think In the Pale Moonlight gets a lot of, I know there was a lot of haters on it, and for good reason. It's a very un-Star Trek kind of episode. But I think in that way, it does exactly what Star Trek needs. You need to have that somewhere in there, or Trek isn't playing in the real world.
Yeah,
One
that's
last
fair.
question, and we're running out of time, so
And I love it. I love In the Pale Moonlight. That is one of my favorite DS9 episodes.
quicker answers on this one. As much as I want to sit here,
One word.
Star Trek has always been a visionary series, franchise, whatever you want to call it, ahead of its time at the beginning, even if you will. Where do you see it going 60 years from now?
Forward. I think forward would be my one-word answer.
I think it's going to boldly go.
Yes, and
into darkness.
No.
Jesus, dude.
We haven't lived up to the ideals set forth in Star Trek yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to head towards the horizon, and we're going to get there. I know it's it can be oppressively dark out there now, but that's only makes Star Trek more relevant.
Fully agreed. I hope that in 60 years, it's less where is Star Trek going and more how much have we moved towards Star Trek.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah, there you go. That was better than
Wait,
my
not.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard before Star Trek is a great future, but is it the future we deserve right now?
Well, again, I will say that things get worse in the Star Trek universe before they get better, right? And I think
That's true.
That's true every episode of Star Trek. There's a moment of intensity and anxiety and pressure on the people where they are tested in these ways. And I say people because it means every species in the galaxy in their own way, shape, or form, right? And it is really like every kind of moment is a litmus test of putting the thesis to an actual experiment, right? It's not abstract theory. It's like it's particle physics. It's not theoretical physics.
Right.
Yeah, and I think we all deserve a utopia.
Yeah, I think what we deserve is what we choose to deserve. I think inevitably that's kind of what Star Trek is ultimately about. Like, the reason why you need something like World War III in the Star Trek universe is that at a certain point we have to choose utopia. We have to choose to leave behind inequality. We have to choose to leave behind capitalism. We have to choose to leave behind a lot of aspects that are core to the way that we live as people, and choose instead to operate in a collective and in a way that gets us to space and gets us to understanding and gets us to what's beyond those stars.
And actually, this may be an
True.
oversimplification, but I
Some
think
kimchi noodles. Ooh.
Star Trek fandom kind of saves Star Trek. There's
Yeah.
this really strong
1000%.
argument.
It's you.
No, sincerely, there were times, in my first comic conventions were Star Trek conventions. The comics drafted on Star Trek. There was so much love for Star Trek that the cast was like, I guess I'm going to New York to be at a Creation Con. And
I mean, Bijou Trimble invented these kind of conventions. A fan invented all of this.
And so, you save what you love, you name what you love, and you share with the world what you love, and actually that love can come back to you.
I can't think of a better place to end this.
Yeah, that's the last word.
You won the panel.
You got it.
Yeah. As Dr. Soren said to Picard, time is the fire in which we burn.
Oh,
And
God,
unfortunately,
Jesus.
We are out of time. But be sure to check out Star Trek #1, Star Trek Red Shirts, Ghost of the 21st Century, The Last Starship, and the Star Trek 60th Anniversary Special from IDW. And thank you all for joining us here at IGN Live.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Nice.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Very cool. Very, very cool. So yeah, there's not as much as I would like coming up for Star Trek, but Star Trek's also in a really, really weird spot right now. Skydance, Paramount Skydance, or is it Skydance Paramount? It's one of the two. But either way, like, Skydance is in with Paramount now, and that's a whole mess. And Strange New Worlds has finished shooting their final season. I think we're getting one more season of Starfleet Academy, I think, because it was already shot. And then that's pretty much it. Far as we know, there are no more movies. Far as we know, there are no more TV series. Because that all had to be wrapped up before the merger between Paramount and Skydance. and Skydance is going to have their own ideas as to what they want to do with Trek. So it really does rely on these guys and, you know, people like those at Paramount, the Paramount video game area, and the guys over at Bloober. That's going to keep this stuff going. I mean, we're going to be seeing Strange New Worlds next year, but that's the last season, and it's only like a little over half a season. And until we hear more, that's pretty much it for Star Trek. No movies, no TV shows. It's just going to be comics, novels, maybe audiobooks, and video games. And at that point, we're back in 2002. That's basically where we're going to be. We'll be back in 2002, where there's nothing new coming out. Enterprise is already wrapped. Nemesis just came out, and that was it for a while. And then it was 7 years of nothing. So who knows where Trek's going to go? I wish there was more, but unfortunately, there really isn't. So here's to hoping that the new Star Trek game that comes out next year is something that we're all going to actually like and enjoy, because if not, it's going to be another rough few years, that's for sure. Especially because Paramount Skydance right now, I think they're waiting for everything to go through, and it possibly already has to an extent anyway, but they are buying out Warner Brothers. So all the Warner Brothers stuff is going to be under Paramount Skydance or whatever the hell it's called. And that's all well and fine, but both companies have to be in the best shape that they can, which means that they're not spending any more money. Unless it's something that's already been greenlit and still ongoing, which is why Strange New Worlds only got X amount of episodes left, and why Starfleet Academy only gets X amount of episodes, and so on. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, but, you know, what are you going to do? But, you know what? With that, I think that's a good place to end. And like I said, tomorrow or later on today's my day off, but just so you guys are aware, and I know I say this all the time when it comes to these sorts of things, but later on today we have the Xbox game showcase, and we also have the PC gaming show. I am not going to be watching those today. I do not watch any of these before I watch them with you guys, mostly because I want my reactions to be genuine. I genuinely do not want to know what's coming out ahead of time, because then I'll just sit here and kind of be boring, and that really sucks. So yeah, I mean, you guys are absolutely more than welcome to see it, more than welcome to watch it, 100%. The only thing I ask is, you know, don't tell me. That's it, because I'm going to be doing literally everything I can to avoid any and all trailers until I see them on Monday. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. We'll wait. Monday is going to be a full day of that stuff. We got the Xbox showcase, and then we got the PC gaming show. It's going to be a full day of that, I'm pretty sure. But that's it for me. I do want to thank everybody for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. We had Sober, we had Crit, we had Medicine, Sophia was here, Aylin was here, Corgi, Itzy, Bleached. We had a lot of awesome people. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I will be back on Monday, because today is my day off. But until I see you all then... Oh, we had Spectre as well. Can't forget Spectre. But until I see you all on Monday... Have yourselves a great day, great night, and great rest of your weekend, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you guys on Monday. Thanks, guys. Have yourselves a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you then. Take care. I'm out. Bye, guys.